want to do it like this. I actually wanted my clip. I don't think I could clip this. How could I get this on here? Like, the iPad sucks. It makes everything a goddamn problem. It really does. iPad sucks. I don't know. How can I? Well, I guess I'll just have to prop it on pillows because it won't hold it. This shit don't fall. That would be terrible. Ah, it fell on the floor. Yeah, bro. Alright, let me see. Alright, fuck it. Anyway. Let's put it right here. Okay, let's see. Put it like this. Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna look crazy, but fuck it. Who cares? Hello. I know it's late night, but I just felt like coming to talk to y'all because I saw a lot of stuff today I want to talk about. All right, dude. But I just felt like coming to talk to y'all. All right, so now I could actually see the chat and everything too. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay, so here's the deal, right? So today I happened to catch Matrix Exposed live. I actually listened to a few of those women with the 4B movement as well. And who else did I listen to? It was just like a few random people all over the internet that I usually listen to. And black women, I don't know what the hell is going on with y'all. I'm telling you, like, I really don't. I don't understand if we're trying to make things happen positively for us, or we're just going out of our way to hello everybody, like going out of our way to just I really don't know, like sabotage ourselves. I don't I really want to understand why it is really so difficult for women, black women, to care about and respect other women, other black women, not other women. I don't talk about other women. I don't understand why that's so difficult. I'm trying to get this stupid iPad to stay upright, and it just keeps sliding and falling all over the place. Um, right, I don't understand what's going on. When I listened to the 4B movement earlier, it seems like, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack for saying this, but it seems like all of the young women with really no sense are taking over YouTube. Like, all they do is talk about stupid shit all day, and without any real long term goal of what it is they want black women to accomplish. At least with the Korean women in South Korea, their long term goal is to get equal rights for women established, because they don't have that now. We have that, but we don't take advantage of it. And then we sit online and we listen to black males try to tell us that feminism is a bad thing. And I have actually seen women on this sector try to convince other black women that feminism was a bad thing. And the only thing I keep thinking about is how you're going to keep feeling this way and having these conversations and having the desire to have this back and forth with black males until it gets to the point where we are going to put ourselves in a situation where we're worse off than we are now. And although I have said this so many times, everybody thinks older women don't know what we're talking about. Even when I listened to the live today, I don't know what happened in this woman's life, but she really has a problem with older black women. And it really is a bad situation to have an opinion like that, because what you do is you start that separation and divide, that us versus them, and you will never accomplish anything collectively as a group because you have too many fractures within your group. And I keep saying this, but it doesn't seem like anybody's caring about what I'm actually saying. It's sad, but that's actually the case. Like, they're not caring, because when I hear these young girls, right, on these, I don't even know why they have those lives where it's just a back and forth, a play of words, and making fun of these dudes and teasing them about the fact that they're not having sex, and that black women don't want them and no one else wants them. And it's like, is that really what you're getting out of all of this? You're not actually seeing the long term of women, black women, sustaining themselves financially to the point where they can take care of themselves and they don't need to ask males for anything. That's what I think all of this movement should be about. I also should think the movement should be about you becoming more politically inclined. I even saw some of the more self-acclaimed progressive content creators like Noir, and some of them other ones, with the younger women trying to tell women their age to become lazy in society, in the sense of they don't take their civic duties seriously. And that speaks to a young mind, because when you equate people being lazy and stagnant in society with progress, only when they stop changing one aspect of their life, you will soon realize that you need all aspects of your life to actually get things to make a major change and for you to benefit from it. Like, you can't tell black women who are younger than like 25 not to vote. That's stupid. Because you will be the ones who will be definitely affected more than me and my daughter who's in her 30s and my other daughter who's in her late 20s, because you are coming up now. And so, whatever laws that come in place now and that hang around here for, hopefully not, but usually generations to come, they will affect you from your 20s to your 50s. Because I'm telling you guys, when I tell y'all to pay attention to American history when it concerns black women, it's important. Because they try to eat in this country, they try to eat up the majority of your life when you're young, and you can make change and you can make stuff happen. And they gobble up like 25 years of your life, because they know that most people after the age of 30, if they're not living right and they haven't had their minds focused on success, they start sliding downhill slowly into desperation and into every vice that there is on the face of the earth. And this is very real, right? I don't need to pull up statistics or none of that. You could just take a look around your neighborhood and see what I mean. For the young black women that don't go to school, they're in their 20s, they're in their 30s, and they have not obtained any kind of degree. By the time they're 40, I can almost guarantee you they're going to live a life of all types of hell and financial instability, because they never took the time to sit their ass down and actually put in the work to make sure they are secure in the future. And these are, believe it or not, these are a lot of your content creators that come on here telling other women what they should do, how much they should do, and what they should do it with. And when you look at what they have done to accomplish achievements in their life, it's almost at zero. And it's always like that with people. You could always see clearly what someone else should do with their situation. But when you turn that mirror back around on you find it kind of difficult for you to know what you should do to get yourself straight. And I'm only telling you this because I have gone through this, right? I may have graduated high school, but then I did the wrong thing. getting married at 18 to an idiot, right? Then it took a whole decade of my life. Do you understand where I'm starting out now? From 18, add a whole decade to that. I'm 28, getting ready to be 30. And I have not secured a degree. I have not secured any life experience that will take me over beyond meeting the bare minimum in my life, where I have to constantly worry about how I'm going to pay bills, pay Peter to pay Paul, when you don't have enough. And you can have a house, you can have a car, or you can have a nice apartment and still be taking from Peter to pay Paul and living paycheck to paycheck, because when you were at the point in your life where you were supposed to take the rest of your future seriously, you were fucking around with dudes, you were hanging out, you were worrying about overly being beautiful without having any reward from that. And that's what a lot of black women are doing. Like, I'm looking at them online when I literally watch some of these, probably I shouldn't be doing it. But when I watch some of these panels with these women, these are women where I really feel, because I don't know them, I get the feeling from them that they don't have any other aspiration in life but to sit around having conversations about what could have been, and how I wish it could have been with this dude, that dude, or how society should be treating us. When in fact, you got to go with what you're given in life. If you are a woman that comes from a black woman that comes from a family where you don't have a lot of support, you weren't given a lot of financial backing, you don't hold your head down about that. And you don't use that and allow that to be a burden on you. What you do is you get up, you start making actual plans to improve yourself, even if that means that you have to take a piece of paper and write down for every day of your life what I choose or what I'm going to accomplish today, and check that off every day. As you accomplish it, you will, without, I'm telling you, without a doubt, achieve almost 70 to 90% of everything you accomplish if you do one or two things a day and scratch them off. And whatever you don't finish that day, you add it to your list for tomorrow and add more stuff to your list for that day when tomorrow comes, and keep doing that. And then tell me by the end of the year how much stuff you accomplished. Because it is about a level of commitment, a level of knowing what you want for yourself, and then pushing through, y'all. And the thing that really starts to like always get me emotionally wound up with everything with black women on YouTube is because I see it, and I'm looking at black women not realizing that time is not on your side. And it doesn't matter how old you are, time is not on anybody's side in this world. And if you constantly keep, as you guys say, missing your blessings, you're going to never have anything or get anywhere in life. And then you get to the point where you try to play catch up, but catch up is not really attainable because there's always something coming at you every day that you haven't thought about encountering. Like, maybe you've been working at a certain job for about a few years or whatever, and then one day you come in and there's a new manager or a complete change in management, right? And the way you used to do things no longer gets done that way. It's a whole different process to the point where it's causing you inconveniences, right? That's that. Then the ultimate inconvenience would be to come into work and they tell you that you no longer work there. That's the ultimate inconvenience. Now you have to scramble and start looking for employment so you can maintain a roof over your head. Y'all get what I'm saying? So these are the things that I think should be more important than worrying about the stupid comebacks I see these stupid dudes have in reference to the 4B movement. I see them with this, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them, like 5B or some dumb shit they're saying. It's just so silly. And it's all tit for tat juvenile stuff. And I don't see black women talking about things that matter. Like, I don't see us talking about, I explained to you, I want to put together a Black Femicide rally or march. Why are there no conversations about that? Why is no one talking about that online? You're not sharing it. You're not mentioning it anywhere. And I'm looking to see if you're going to do it, because it makes a difference in a woman like me, because I'm the only one trying to do it, that wants to try to begin to speak up for black women in a way I have never done before. And I'm not afraid to do it. I just literally don't know how. So I'm trying to learn how to do it. And yet I have none of you backing me. And I have none of you making inquiries with other women who are on here claiming all day and night that they are for black women, but yet they're not doing anything with this avenue that they have here on YouTube to promote progression for black women and collectiveness for us. All I see is them always talking about the negative, and I don't care what content creator it is. Even though I listened to the Matrix live today, she said a couple of things that we all know to be true, but that we ignore all the time. Like, a lot of these women are in situations because they choose to be. They know that the majority of these, not the majority, excuse me, all of these guys out here are not doing anything for black women because we have allowed ourselves to be looked upon in society as someone who doesn't deserve anything from anybody else in society. Because number one, when you're in relationships with these guys and these black males are beating you up, you protect them. And that not only makes other women who have gone through that look at us as being problematic, but it makes men from other races who you have to come to for assistance feel like they shouldn't have empathy for you because you don't even want to protect or help yourself. Then you have the situation of what happens to our children in these relationships that you all keep trying to seek so badly, right? You have situations where your children are literally beat to death. I don't know how many of these stories I have seen on New York City evening news where the young black mom, those same single moms that they complain about all the time, but yet they're in the homes of those single moms using these women's bodies for free sex, using their EBT cards for free food. Whatever money these women have, they're running through their money as if these women are their personal ATMs, and this stuff never stops. And then when you add, you have that, and then you add on or take away the worst of the things that could happen to your kid by someone literally killing them, beating them to death and killing them, which happens all over America in these black households with these black women who are looking for this Cinderella life that is never going to come. And that's important to know, because I see the media just like even though this song is like 6 months old now, this Sexy Red, SZA, and Drake song, Rich Baby Daddy, right, that Matrix was talking about today, that song is like 6 months old. But the fact of the matter is, do you see within the video and the lyrics of the song that they're trying to reiterate and convince young women of this Cinderella fairy tale lifestyle that does not exist? There's nobody coming to save you. And it has nothing to do with how much you twerk, what clothes you wear, what hairstyles you rock, or how much makeup you put on your face. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with the fact that traditionally, the legacy of black women in this country is to be abused, to be exploited, and to be used for everybody's purpose. And you not benefit from any of that. And this is why knowing your history and respecting the legacy of slavery and knowing what the aftermaths of slavery has pretty much cursed us into without us fighting back against it, all these situations will continue. Like, black women will always be poorer than other women. We'll always live in situations where we choose to be in situations because we feel like we have to have a need to be like every other woman and be partnered up with a particular male counterpart that we know is no good for us. And that is very detrimental to our own survival because this very dude is the one killing us every 4 to 5 hours of the day. And these are the things that when I'm listening to these lives, I'm listening to these panels and etc. and individual videos of middle-aged black women who are fairly homely, and there's one in particular who really gets on my nerves with constantly pushing this agenda of not wanting to be lonely and having a need for a guy. That's low self-esteem, and that has nothing to do with wanting companionship. When you constantly say I need a guy or I want a guy, it's speaking to you and the voids that you have within you. The other thing is, you got to stop thinking that men in general, outside of black males, is going to bring you happiness. Because now we're back to the whole validation versus invalidation story. And we don't need to be there. It's like every time we go 2 steps forward, we go 3 steps back. Because you were doing well when you were talking about being childrenless women, being single, independent, and living your own life, you and your women friends. And then when you start talking about this trad wife shit, it seemed like the independent, child free woman just evaporated into the air. And it makes no sense because these are the things that you need to push and promote that will get black women on the track of real feminine. What is that word? Not just feminine, but real black women, progressive. I can't remember the name. They always say it. Oh man. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Women, black women having equal rights to everyone else, right? And it's like I don't understand it. Feminism, right? So it's like I don't understand why not all of us are getting that we need to be feminists, because when you look at what one year has done to our lives, the impact of Roe versus Wade, the impact of uh, affirmative action coming to an end, and then although DEI had absolutely nothing to do with affirmative action, white America and all non black people who are anti black use that to take away much needed vehicles for advancement and inclusion of black people and other people of color. So when you're looking at the real world and looking at the difficulty that white racists in this country, like Trump and others, are trying to bring to your life, you got to stop thinking about relationships. You got to stop playing and, you know, saying one thing but doing another thing. Where these women are saying they want to be part of the 4B movement, but yet they're having panels with black males, they're having discussions with them. They're not really talking about coordinating situations or even meetings of groups of black women to write down and discuss which levels of progress we want to attack first. Like, if they really were studying the women of South Korea, they would understand that those women actually sat down and did that with each other because they are true feminists, right? Like, they thought about how will we deal with childcare for the women who have children and want to be part of this movement, but still have to have that part of their life dealt with. They handled that. They also dealt with the care of the older and elderly people of their community that are their parents, their grandparents, whoever their guardian may have been when they were children, because not everybody is raised by their parents or their grandparents. Some people are raised by their aunts, cousins, etc., even sometimes godparents or people who actually adopt them that are not related to them at all, but because of whatever circumstance they have gone through in life, right? So when I'm watching all of this stuff, and even though people are very, very, very like true at heart when they're giving these lives and making these videos, they're not actually talking about the fundamental things that we need as black women to actually get us motivated to be where we're supposed to be at. And they're basically like three main things that we need to be focusing on. Number one is black femicide, because we need black women to be safe, both outside in the street and in our homes, right? We need to be safe. Number two, we need to have the education that we need in this world to come to number three, which is to be financially stable. And so when you are financially stable, there is no more of these baby mama situations where you have some dude terrorizing your life. Because you know what? At that point, you're smart enough, you're intelligent enough to know how the government works in whatever city or town you come from. You have enough money to put enough money down on a retainer for an attorney who's going to know the laws and who you can sit down with and go through a game plan of making sure everything that you need to protect you and your child is put into place when it concerns that other party that thinks that they're going to come into your life and totally wreck it. So that's only one example of why those three things I spoke about is important, because the more education you get, the more you begin to see and you begin to unravel, young black women and women, black women, period, the unnecessary things in life that we hold extremely dear to us that we need to let go of. Like the panels on YouTube where black women actually care about what black males have to say, when we know they're all doing this only so that they can get access to free sex, to access to whatever resources you have, they can take advantage of, and so that they can go back to going from woman to woman to woman to woman. That's all this shit is about. When you have a level of education where you are able to look at this world beyond the silly shit I just spoke about with the relationships and the panels and interactions with black males or men in general, you begin to look at the bigger picture of America, and you begin to see, oh, these people of America who have a vested interest in me being poor, kept in poverty, and becoming a permanent underclass, and being a person who has no political strength or power in this country. They actually benefit from that, and it is something they want to encourage among women like me, very, very young in age, where they can mold their brain. You know how we talk about these black males being predators on our little girls from teenage years up to young adulthood? That's the same thing America does. That's what they do with all of these women, these black women that they use to put in front of us as bad role models to get up to turn our little girls' heads around from going to school, thinking about getting into that field of employment that makes the most money. It might not be what you're interested in or want to do with the rest of your life as a form of employment, but it will start you off and put you in a position where you literally have the money so that you don't have to struggle and do things other black women had to do before you, like having a house full of babies and feeding them franks and beans and rice and bread and rice bread or eggs and water and things like that, because you really don't have money to buy food. And so now your children are becoming malnourished. They will develop all types of health problems and sometimes mental problems, because things like that happen when your body doesn't have proper nutrition and your homeostasis is off balance, right? These are the things you need to be talking about, in my opinion. Not worrying about no silly ass relationship with another human being who has been convinced and taught through indoctrination of living in America and in living in this world of patriarchy that women are only here for their pleasure and to be used and abused and to literally serve them until they cannot serve them anymore. And by saying not serve them anymore, either they die, they get sick, or they get turned away for another woman. And it gets to the point where I look at black women and go, how much abuse do you have to continue to take until you realize that all you have to do is decide that the way we were saying, decenter men and center yourself? Well, forget all of the other things you could put in the decenter section and worry about centering yourself only. And that way, these young girls that are coming out of households that might not have been encouraging or supportive or financially stable, they could look at that the same way I used to look at my mother, who was drug addicted and alcohol influenced many times, and look at that and go, that is my mother. I love her, but what she is and what she has done with her life, I will never do with mine. And from 9 years old, I used to constantly see and look at women and men in my family and go, I'm never going to do that. I will not be doing that. And that's some shit I will always stay away from. And these are the things that you have the option of doing. Just because you belong to a family or come from a family that has not done right by you never stops you from doing right by yourself. And these are the things that y'all need to focus on more so than the same old shit that comes on and goes on here all the time with the who shot John shit, where it's always what these dudes are doing this week and with this new woman that has popped up from out of nowhere peddling the same gender war shit becomes the new sensation of the week or month or year. And it's the same thing. The end result is the same. Black women have no progress. All we're doing is sitting on YouTube being like some form of entertainment for white people in the rest of the world, as if we're some ignorant black people soap opera for these individuals. Because everybody watches the nonsense we put on YouTube. And we have made a mockery of the 4B movement. You black women don't take that shit seriously in America the way that they should, because if they did, there would be no 4B lives on YouTube. It would just be a whole bunch of women doing exactly what the women in South Korea are doing. They do, how you guys used to say, move in silence. You don't even have to do that. Just move the way you say you're supposed to be moving. If you feel or you claim that you're living a 4B life, you don't have to shout that shit to the world. Just fucking do it, like the Nike slogan. Just do it. Get up, go to work, go to school, sit down, plan your future, go sit with professional people to help you plan your future. And whenever that other shit comes your way, you excuse yourself from it. Walk away from it and don't get involved in it. And y'all know exactly what I mean. When you see parties coming your way where that element of stupidity and ignorance will be there, the way that it was, in the way that it ended up taking Sanaya, I believe it was Sanaya that died, and Samaya's life, it caused one death and one injury. That's the type of shit you avoid. You avoid all that stuff that will lead you to being baby trapped, being impoverished trapped, being beat by black males trapped, being everything with them, anything with them, just avoid it altogether. Like when you see them coming, think of them as the plague, and you don't want to be sick, so get the fuck away from them. That's my best advice to you, because you need to be getting ready for this election that's coming. You need to get out and get rid of these conservatives. You need to get rid of these Republicans. Because if you have, I've put it up so many times on my community page and also pulled it up in a live in front of you. If you have not read Project 2025.org, you need to sit down and read it. Read all the sections that concern women and families and understand how these white males want to come and literally make you a human servant again and take away your rights and all of your freedoms for you to have any say over your own life. Those are the things you need to be having conversations about. Like, I don't understand why black women are always the ones on YouTube that are constantly having fictional conversations about shit that is not important. A relationship is not important. Being involved with a male or man is not important. But you being able to exercise your God given right to determine what you will do in your life and what you will do with your own body is something you need to fight, you need to die for if it comes to that. Because think about that. Being a woman, why should you have to be told what the fuck to do and ask permission to be free to live like these motherfuckers do all the time just because they got a dick? Are you kidding me? And if y'all can't see that that's the most important thing you need to be talking about, I don't know what the fuck to say to you. But I don't know what the fuck is going to become of you, because if you're not really understanding what is at stake here, I don't know how many people can talk and nothing ever is absorbed. The most important thing right now for black women is talking about being safe. Black femicide is the number one fucking thing. You can't be safe when you got motherfuckers out here killing us every 4 to 5 hours of the day. And then I see tons of videos of you black women condoning the bullshit that goes on, either by talking shit about the black women who are actually having their lives taken from them, or sitting up here and telling women to be victims to aggressive black males whose heads you need to take off their fucking bodies. I don't understand this shit. I can't even begin to tell you how many videos I flipped past on TikTok where young black women were talking about how they give out their number because they don't want anybody to be angry with them and they don't want to have to deal with any issues. You don't have to deal with issues when you just handle shit right from the beginning. There's no one in this world that has a right to force you to do any fucking thing you don't want to currently. But if you keep going along with all of this, I can't do anything against a man mentality, you're going to put yourself in that position for real. And you're not going to like being there. And I know that you guys have a big issue with older women. I don't know if it's because you hate your mothers, or you just hate your grandmothers, or you hate older women, period, because you have a total resentment toward another woman knowing more than you, telling you, you got to look out for this. You got to be aware of that. And that's not trying to take away anything from your adulthood or your womanhood. It is just a fucking fact of life. People who have experienced more than you will be able to guide you better. That is the reason why there are mentors in this world, tutors in this world, and everything else. But for some reason, what I see, and which is making me get ready to be like, fuck this, because I honestly feel like there's no help for y'all. And there's really no future for you. Because you have like a few groups of black women on this YouTube and TikTok platform where it's like you don't care about anything but how you feel or what you're thinking about in the moment. And when you're a mature woman, you understand that when you're thinking about sustaining your rights, your freedom, your joys, your pursuing your how do they say that, pursuits of happiness, you understand that it starts with doing hard work first. And that hard work comes from making sure you lock down collectively all black women's rights. The right to vote, the right to have abortions, the right to work, the right to go to school, the right to say, I don't know what the fuck I want to do in life. Give me time to figure it out. You have to lock all that down. But when you're constantly coming on here contradicting the things that are right for you just because you are so convinced and so caught up in this living a life where you feel like only what's going on in your life is important and fuck everyone else, that's where you're fucking up and you're not understanding the true connectivity in life. In life, your life is really not yours all to yourself, because if I go out and I'm a black woman and I constantly go on a huge campaign to disrespect black women and make other people feel like they can abuse black women because of my behavior, my words, and my actions, I make it not only hard for me in my life, but I make it hard for every other woman that looks like me and that is like me. And that's the thing y'all are not understanding. You're not. And this don't have nothing to do with twerking. Once again, how much clothes you wear, how you wear your hair, or how much makeup you put on. That has nothing to do with it. It has to do with you taking a stand in society and saying, you know what? People may dislike me, they may even hate me because I have color to my skin. But the thing they're never going to do to me is take away my humanity and stop me from being a free human being and a functioning woman who is an adult. I'm not going to allow them to take that from me. And I haven't seen y'all make your minds up about that yet. Because when it comes to being a black woman and being in America, and I'm only talking about America, even though I know these conditions exist for black women all over the world, right? If you want attacks in the street to stop, you got to stop being afraid of motherfuckers. If you want attacks in the street to stop, you got to start incorporating the police and sicking that white man on those dudes that are harassing you and hurting you, killing you, and fucking with your children. The other thing you got to do is stop fucking around and take learning how to handle yourself and defend yourself seriously. Get the fuck up. Go to the gym and just get strong if that's all you can do. If you can't afford to go to an actual place to teach you how to fight, then find places in your community that have the free self-defense courses for women, because they got them everywhere. I keep saying this. And there's also videos all over YouTube to teach you basic self-defense moves. And all you got to do is practice them with somebody you trust and become effective with that move. And that's all to it. You also got to stop playing around and get licensed weapons and move out of areas where you have all of these black male bums all around. And if you can't do that, then you have to fortify your home with animals that will help you hurt some people, attack dogs, other people, other women in your house that will be there with you to help keep your home safe. You have to stop thinking that your life is just for you to fuck it up and not care about anything that concerns the other people in this world that look like you. Because this is what that mindset right there, that thought, is the actual thing that all your oppressors in this world are banking on you to have, so they could continue to maintain and make sure that you never have shit in this life. And I just can't take it no more with y'all. I mean, I try to stay off of here and just look at some of the videos to see what y'all are doing, but it's the same silly shit time and time again. And when it comes to the real stuff, no one's speaking up. And when you point out, like I did last time, about the stupid shit about the people you want to follow, like dumbass people like Princella, you get mad and you want to claim it's hating. It's not hating. It is a woman who actually cares about black women looking at y'all wasting the fucking time you're being given to do things positively for all of us that we actually need. And it's you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, do you know how easy it is for one of these fucking races to get in office, right? Oh God. You don't see it. You don't see it. You don't remember us constantly talking about House Bill 2010 in Mississippi that put a group of white people over the government, which was totally legal, where they could decide what happens to black people in criminal cases outside of what the law of the country says, that is totally fucking unconstitutional, but they put it in place so that they can make sure they control black people's lives in Jackson, Mississippi. You don't remember that, right? You totally forgot that. You totally forgot that as a result of that, that 12-year-old little girl that I showed you the documentary of, the well, it was the coverage on the news that they did of the 12-year-old girl that was violated and raped by that grown fucking man who they caught and put in jail, right? Oh God. Who they caught, I'm sorry, y'all. Who they caught and put in jail, right? She was a result of a House Bill 1020. My allergies are fucking with me. House Bill 1020, right? That, apologize. My remote slipping off the bag. Somebody say something. Good evening. Hey, Love Wisdom, what's up? But she's an example of House Bill 1020 that they put in place so that white people in that state could bypass the constitutional law of the state and the Constitution and the rights and laws of the Penal Code and the CPL, the Criminal Procedure, right, law in that state, to make their own determinations of what they were going to do with certain black people that broke the law. But those women suffer. Those little girls still suffer. And these are the things I'm talking about. We need to be more concerned with, instead of relationship conversations, playing with the 4B movement, because y'all really have made a mockery of it. The women over there in South Korea, if you are doing any form of West 4B, or even what black women were doing and have been doing the whole time by themselves, which is choosing themselves, you're not doing it enough collectively to where it is actually showing people. And I'm not talking about black males. I'm talking about outside of our communities, people that vote on our future and whether we're going to be employed at a certain rate, denied access to certain levels of education, places we might want to, whatever, work there, live there, whatever. You're not thinking about this in a real way that this country has traditionally done to hurt black women. You're just not thinking about it like that. For real, you're not. Like, when I was talking about our rights and stuff, right? Okay, so you see how they came after and took away your right to abortion. They did that because they're not dumb. They sit down, and remember I told y'all about the strategists they have. They sat down and they thought about the fact that women, because they looked at what happened in COVID, right? Women have an issue with childcare. And when women have an extreme issue with childcare, it takes them out of the workforce. So what they're doing now is saying, well, if they can't have abortions, and if they get pregnant, they're forced to have these children, we will be able to create this hardship for them in a way that we never thought possible, because now they got no avenue. Because even if they try to have an abortion, or somebody helps them have an abortion, they ain't gonna have no life anyway, because they're gonna be in jail or be in prison or whatever the fuck they got in store for us, right? So when these are very real things going on with us, these are the things you're supposed to be moving and making plans about, to destroy, to fucking obliterate. Because the same way they did that with Roe, I don't know how many of you know that our right to vote, right, which is part of the Civil Rights Act, the president, whatever president it is, has to sign off on that every 10 years, because we don't really have rights like that in America, even though they claim we're citizens and the 13th Amendment was supposed to have fixed that. But that's not really true. Because what good is your freedom and to be counted as a citizen if you don't have the right to vote? And black people had already experienced this in America when they created the 13th Amendment. And then it took almost 100 fucking years for black males to be allowed to vote, not black women. And then they incorporated shit like the grandfather clause and the literacy tests, where, I mean, it was incredible. Like, the grandfather's clause was your grandfather would have had to have voted in order for you to be allowed to vote. But your grandfather never had the right to vote, so how would he ever be allowed to vote? You understand? These are the games they play. And this is why all this stuff I'm talking to you guys about, like knowing your history, knowing how this country tries to set you up, because it's gotten to the point where I know y'all understand the huge divide, not only in the the technical divide, but the financial divide, which is the most important one, right? It's getting bigger and bigger in everybody's state, which is why none of us can really afford rents. It's getting more difficult for us to buy homes as black women. And during COVID, white America and their medical games and their medical apartheid made sure to take out all the older black women and older black people that own homes, properties, and businesses where they could have passed them down to their children and grandchildren to create generational wealth. You got to be paying attention to this shit. All this silly shit on YouTube, you need to let it go. But in the same breath, right, of the same thought, it's about to happen again. Because I hear too many stupid, uneducated, not really paying attention to what goes on in America. Black women, both divested, black women so-called empowerment, and just, I don't know, just all types of other black women talking about going against the Democratic Party, voting for Republicans, and pushing conservatism, when these are the very people that, listen, these are the Ku Klux Klan members. I don't know if y'all understand that, but these are your Klan members, and these are the people that y'all are trying to vote for, who do not have your best interest at heart. And even though you might say the same about Democrats, but let me tell you something. First, find out, because I said this today, right, when Bernie Sanders was talking on CNN today about the attacks that went on this morning with the bombings. People have to be aware of what a party is doing and then tell them what they want to do in the future in order to make an informed decision. And because I know you don't know what any of the parties are doing, because you're saying the things you're saying online, you're not realizing that this one small thing that's happening, I'm not going to say it's a small thing because it's detrimental to people's lives, right? But this thing that is happening is not something that you should be so focused on to the point where you stop thinking about how America affects your life as black women. With this administration, you have gotten more black women in positions where black women have never held them before. That's important. Very important. Because historically, you know that if black women are not somewhere involved in those situations, black women never get considered in America. Our issues are never brought up and often dismissed when it's conversations about women. White women go to the front and then all non-women follow behind, and black women are never considered. You have seen that time and time again. And now, when you have the ability to come together and really be a force to reckon with, because of the fact that it's an election year, not this year, but next year as well, because this year you have the national elections. Next year, you have the local elections. So everybody that's backing the president this year, you get to determine their fate next year. So you need to start paying attention to how this shit works and actually stand up and make some demands to change what is happening in our lives, to make sure we get better take home pay, that we have access to this so-called American dream, and that if we do not want black males in our homes that are beating us and killing us and doing the same thing to our children and sexually assaulting us and them, you have the right to say you don't want them there. Not what these people have planned for you with this project2025.org manifesto. They actually intend to force you to have these dudes in your home. Otherwise, you may be subject to arrest. If there's any domestic violence in your home, they plan to take your children out of your home, but keep the motherfucker there that's committing the violence. If you think that you're going to be brazen enough to try to get a divorce, they're going to try to tell you there's no more of a no-fault. There's no more such thing as no-fault divorce. We have to decide that is a real reason for you to get divorced. Otherwise, you're not getting divorced. These are all the things and so much more they got all mapped out against women and against these so-called single-parent households, which affects 90% of black women because we don't have men as male counterparts. We have adult idiots who have become conquered by white supremacy, and they don't want to stand up for anything. And they actually hate black women and little girls to the point where they kill us every 4 to 5 hours of the day and attack us in the street because we don't allow them to collectively abuse us and use us the way we have been doing for centuries. These are the things y'all need to be talking about. Us. And how life affects us. And what we need to do in life to make life better for us and our daughters and our granddaughters and great-granddaughters. And not worrying about if my ass is cute enough to attract all these dudes and whatnot. That's back burner shit. Front burner stuff is making sure that women can continue to live singly by themselves, work jobs where they make money, where they could take care of themselves to the point where they're not wanting for anything. Or most importantly, they don't need any dude to be around them or be with them to make sure they're able to live, pay their rent, and live the way they would normally live if they didn't need someone to help them. These are the things you got to work to protect. It makes my head hurt because I don't understand how black women don't understand how all this is at jeopardy depending on who gets put into the White House and who gets voted into office, because they're already on the roll of rolling back all women's rights. Whenever you take away, do you know how Roe was a very important law? It took so many years and so many women to die to get that right. And then they just took it away because women were sleeping at the wheel, right? And then in a place like Arizona, where they made this law up 48 years before the state even existed, they went and pulled some archaic fucking abortion law out their ass from the law books that's probably not even really legal, and put that actively in Arizona right now as we speak, to further take away women's rights and keep them in positions where they cannot move upwardly mobile in society. These are your conservatives. These are your Republicans that are doing this shit. So I really seriously need y'all to understand this and get involved in this and really like be more about taking care of each other and being concerned with being your sister's keeper, and stop with all of this hating each other and fighting with each other and hating older women and all this. Because in all these situations that I sat down and listened to today, that was still the theme. It was still blame everything on your black mama, blame everything on older black women. You know, they're the cause of everybody's problems. All that stupid shit needs to stop. It really does. And the disrespect of younger black women for everybody else, especially older black women, really needs to stop. Because believe me, I know you don't think what I'm saying is true, but everybody has their breaking point of giving up on people that keep abusing them. And young black women, I'm telling you, because even I'm getting to my point. Like, if y'all keep disrespecting us and feeling like we can't tell y'all shit, we useless, we good for nothing, and we can't do nothing for y'all, you're going to get what you asked for. Believe me. And you're going to find that life is not going to be as easy as you thought. Because as much as you don't want to admit it, it's many fucking women helping you out in this lifetime. I don't know who they are because I don't know you personally, but you need to stop all that disrespectful shit. And you need to just start thinking about how you and other women can start respecting each other differently and working politically to get a change for the black woman condition in America. I don't know what else to say to y'all because you don't want to live in those times. You damn sure don't want to exchange places with my mother and my grandmother, but you're heading that way. You are really heading that way because you're not taking anything serious. Nothing at all. Nothing but wanting to be up under some dirty dick motherfucker that's going to give you all types of diseases and be out there trying to be with every woman that they could get a hold of and then come in the house and beat you damn to death and probably be digging on your kids and beating them and all types of stuff too, and you belittling yourself and having such low self-esteem to the point where you don't want nothing but for somebody to abuse you and make you look like you ain't shit to your own kids to the point where your kids grow up hating your ass and wanting to fuck you up by the time they're in their teens. Like, y'all gotta wake up out of this silly shit. You got to. It's more to being a grown woman than trying to play fucking house with somebody. That's small time shit. You be a woman. Take on things in the world that need change and that need women to stand up and go, this is an injustice. We need to change this and make this just. This is an inequality. We need to change this and make this equal for women. Because that's usually the case. Men don't have that problem. They often don't run into situations where life is unfair and unequal to them. It's always us. We're the ones that's always undermined and given less of what everybody else has. And why y'all don't see that and don't get into it the way you should is beyond me. And it just seems like you're voluntarily wanting to be part of your own fucking problem. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I tell you, I just keep looking at this 4B mockery, right? And it's like, you don't have to have conversations about this shit. You just got to make your mind up and say, I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm not having sex with dudes. I'm not having their children. I'm not marrying them. And I'm not dating them. And then just do it. Make the commitment. I'm coming. Hold on. Kiana, hey, Steph. Hey. Yeah, no, I just was like, it was one of those days. Like, I had a few things going on today. I gotta have the cable dude come because I don't know how I did it, but I broke the fucking modem. Hey, you know, I just did some wild stuff. And then I started, like, I don't know what that is about. Like, you ever notice when you don't have something, you want to mess with that when you don't have access to it? So I couldn't use the computers. So since I knew that I had an active line on the cell phone and the iPad, I've been watching a lot of stuff on the iPad for the majority of the day. And this is what prompted me to come on tonight, because I was sitting around a couple of hours today looking at black women all ages on YouTube still playing this gender war game with these dudes, and not one time was anybody talking about dire situations that are affecting us black women, like black femicide. I don't see anybody talking about that in regards to like mobilizing against that. I don't see anybody doing that. When I mention I'm trying to look into it and get it going here, I don't see nobody talking about that. I don't see nobody mentioning that. They're just acting like that's not important, right? The other thing is black women, and the fact that there's so many young girls that don't take education seriously, and then they complain about becoming 30 and 40 something years old, and they got no job that pays any money, and now they struggling. That shit is blowing my mind too, because if you take your ass to school, get an education, and get into a field like engineering or any field where black women are underrepresented in that field, you're gonna make fucking money. And when you're making money, you don't just make money to blow it, you make money to spend it and to grow your money. That's what you do. Hey Butterfly, what's going on? Say, ranting about how the 4B movement would ruin our community and black men because we go through the same thing. What? That's what some of the pick-me's was. I don't know what you're talking about. And clearly, are you talking about me or you talking about people in general? Because I'm not ranting about 4B. I'm ranting about black women's lack of accountability for the collective of black women. Is that what you meant? Because you got to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not a little girl. I don't play games. I'm a grown ass woman. And when I say I'm going to do something in my life, I get that shit done. I am a woman of my word. And what I see is a whole bunch of little girls on YouTube playing fucking games. That's what I see. I see black women making a fucking mockery of the 4B movement because you don't need lives for that. You don't need to start platforms for that and channels for that. You don't need to sit up here worrying about what dudes have to say about a movement that's supposed to literally take you and separate you from them. You don't do that. And you're not even paying attention. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but let me get this out. You're not even paying attention to the South Asian women who are actually showing you and being the blueprint for you. They said we're not doing these 4 things, and they are literally not doing that shit. And to not do those 4 things means they're not talking to dudes, they're not having conversations, panels, interviews, or live streaming with these dudes. So what is it that's not connecting with black women that they're not understanding? Because they damn sure ain't living out no 4B movement. They playing with motherfuckers yet again and trying to get attention from dudes that don't give a fuck about them in the first place. And for the life of me, I don't understand why black women just can't accept that shit and let them bitch ass niggas go. I do not understand why they can't do that. What are you saying to me? People in general, yeah. I know that, and this is why I said what I said, because regardless of them, there are other women too that have brains that are black women. They have brains. And these are the women who have channels too, or who can literally say when they're on these other people's channels, can we stop doing this, please? And actually get to making some real progression. You got to understand, if enough black women start doing that and interrupting the bullshit that is the status quo goes away. Because people then will stop thinking that placating, going along to get along, is something that they got to do just to be invited to the party. And they'll get to the point where they don't want to be invited to the party and they don't want to be a part of the bullshit. And that's the interruption we want. We want these black women and young girls to start using their brains. She said, like, there was a black woman content creator named, I don't know this name, Silas the Butcher, I don't know. And she admitted to being sad that black men don't prefer. I don't know what that is. And she still wants to date them even after knowing about the black femicide. But yeah, let me explain that to you. Let me explain why she's like that, right? Black women have a legacy of slavery. That's very important in this country because you know how y'all like to make fun and call women you don't, black women you don't like, mammies and mules? Well, let me tell you something. That's exactly what we were to everybody in this country. And that is exactly how they still see us to this day. And until black women understand that the way you change another person's opinion of you is how you care about and present and deal with yourself and treat yourself, is the only time they're going to realize that what you want from a person who's not trying to give it to you, you'll never get it until you don't give a fuck or want anything from that person again. I'm telling you, that's really how it is. Yeah, she's typical because now what she's doing is she's trying to use nature as an excuse for dealing with the facts. What love wisdom at this point, any tool is useful if you know how to use it. Black women have many tools we can use to be successful, but use those tools to play around and complain about. Exactly, because it's like I get where she's going. Like she's feeling like how many times I've heard this online. Oh, black women want to be loved too. They want to be accepted too. Baby, black women are so unique from every other woman in this country. You are going to never be able to escape that or get around that. So the faster the majority of black women begin to understand that the love of self is going to be more important than anybody else giving you any amount of love in this life, the better off you're going to be. The faster, the better off you will be. I mean, it is what it is. It's like we have a history no other woman in this country has. So you can't expect for to be a woman who's literally stained, has walks around with a human stain because they think this is a curse, right? We are humanly stained. We have beautiful colors. Our shit is majestic. We are different from all other people on the face of this earth because we're the first. And for you to be as brilliant as you are, and then to really think that other people are supposed to see you as ordinary as everyone else, it just don't work that way. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. And the need for love from anyone else outside of yourself is a mental conditioning you do to yourself. Because as I'm getting older, I went through that phase. I even went through the part where, you get sick of people abusing you and treating you like you're not worth anything, to the point where you go fuck everybody and everything. And you really mean that shit with your whole chest, right? Then when you continue to live, you get to the point where you realize that all that shit don't mean nothing. And what it really comes down to is, how do I love me? How do I take care of me and do for me that nobody in this fucking world would ever do for me? And that's really where it's at. Queen said agree. I have recently saw a video of a black woman making a video on black women were never slaves, only black men. That's not true. But what he said truly disgusted. Oh, Lord. He started saying things like black women enjoy. Okay, yeah, that's the typical thing. We don't need to go over that because we don't want to confirm or compound on the ignorance of trying to tear black women down, right? Black women were slaves just as much as men were. Black women suffered under slavery worse than men ever could because they have vaginas. If any of you black women ever take the time to read slave narratives of black women, every one of them have one thing in common. It is the sexual exploitation that those women suffered from the time they started their periods, and some younger than that. Some as babies in the arm who were being fondled and had all types of sexual things done to them to the point where they died. So it is what it is. Don't ever let, and you know another thing black women y'all gonna have to start doing, it doesn't even take a conversation to talk about these stupid black males that want to have some type of suffer Olympics with black women. Just ignore them and get off their channels. If you want to change the way these dudes talk about you online, take away their ability to make money. That's all you got to do. Now in real life, you don't have to deal with them at all, because you know in dealing with them, they're going to hurt you. They're going to kill you, and they're going to hurt your children because they do not like you. They don't like you at all. Hold on. Introverted Soul said, I like your channel. You give me more books to read. Thank you. So I do have others for you. Let me get this one for you. Hold on. Let me reach to my library. You see this one right here? Medical Apartheid. Check this one out. This is the history of experimentation of black people in America. This is a good one. Let me get another one. Oh. This is one called Wicked Flesh, right? Now, you see how we were just talking about the black woman that disregarded the black femicide rates, and even though she knows subconsciously that if she gets involved with a black male, her chances of being beat and killed by that man is almost 99%, right? But she still wants to take the chance because she believes, even though it is not a matter of fact, that she has 1% at that chance of that imaginary fantasized love she has in her head. This book speaks to all that type of bullshit. And it speaks to the abuse black women suffered because of that same irrationality that woman is suffering from. This is a good one. This is called Wicked Flesh, and this is by Jessica Marie Johnson, okay? Let's see what else I got here. I'll give you two more and I'm done. This is for everybody that was ever taught that there were not black people that were indigenous to America, and those of us that only think that we came from Africa by way of slavery. We came both ways and more. We came by slavery, we came by our own voluntary travel, and we came by exploration, and we stayed here. And there were those of us that were actually born here, sorry, not born, but born here when the earth was one big mass of land, because we are the first people, right? I'm coming just a moment. And I think it was called Pangea, I'm not sure. And then because of continental shift and seafloor spreading, the earth broke apart and you got your 7 continents. But this book is called They Came Before Columbus. They Came Before Columbus, and it's by, no, this is not They Came Before Columbus. This is Before Columbus. I'm sorry. Where is They Came Before Columbus? There are 2 different books. They Came Before Columbus. I had to find that one. I don't see it readily available. But this is Before Columbus, The Americas of 1491. This is by Charles C. Mann, Mann. All right. This book was New York Times best-selling author of 1491, believe it or not. How about that? But it's called Before Columbus by Charles C. Mann. This is a very good book. All right? Very good book. This has a lot of anthropology and everything in it. This is a very good book. Let me read this here for a second. I felt bad for her as well because I think she resented her mother. I'm putting everybody she had. All right, listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about this woman. Stop talking to me about her. Let me tell you something. She is being a self-proclaimed victim. All right? I don't care how many children your mother has. I don't care if you've been beat, unloved. When you grow up as an adult, you can now do adult things. So if you know that you didn't like what you experienced in your childhood, or even in your adulthood, growing up to whatever age you are now, you have the ability to change that and do whatever else you want in life to make you happy within positive conditions and circumstances. This woman is again trying to blame everybody and everything else for conditions that have been assigned to her because she's black alone in this fucking country. We have got to really understand that. The reason why black people treat themselves so badly is because they can't get past dealing with what comes with being black. Y'all know what I mean. If you stop trying to worship Whitey and feeling like you got to play nice with this motherfucker and just be who you are and demand your equal fair share of things, stick together and work together until you obtain it, things wouldn't be the way they are for you. And people would have more respect for you the way that they have respect for every other non-black person or group, because they do the same thing I'm telling you that you should do. You can use the Asians as a perfect example. They come here, their language is harder than Spanish, French, and any other language of the romances, right? But yet, they come here mostly speaking English already. When they get here, they definitely learn to speak English quick, and they learn to take the jobs that pay the most, and they start businesses amongst their people and take care of their people. My South Korean sister-in-law, she came to this country without her parents, without anybody. She used the internet that the South Korean people have here in America, where they have their own network, where they take care of each other. They provide jobs, they provide housing, daycare, resources from the government, right? And counsel people who look out for them. So she came to America not knowing a fucking person, came here, went to school, finished one of her other degrees, started teaching. When she got here, the Korean church was waiting for her. They gave her a place to stay, food to eat, helped her get a job. She got a job, she enrolled in school. She went back to the Korean network. They found her an apartment, not once, but twice, when she wanted to move to different places. Right now, she lives in a building in Flushing that is owned by South Korean people, where they only rent to their own people. This is what black people have to learn to do too. Let me finish saying. This woman is talking about why black people aren't getting reparations. Reparations is a different story. We are owed that, and it's not about why we're not getting it. It's only one reason why. White people feel like they didn't do anything to us to the point where we deserve it, and they honestly feel like we don't deserve anything, and that we still need to be treated the way that they treated us in slavery, and they don't want to own up to their own wrongs in life. They don't ever want, they're like black males in a way, because they never want to be held accountable for the shit they do wrong, because they run around trying to police and dictate to the world what is right when they're the most wicked and unjust motherfuckers in the world. And the book that explains their delusion of why they think the way they do is this: White Fragility. This is another good one. White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo. This lady is a professor, and she also goes around speaking all over the place about this book. I've actually seen her once or twice when I was out in my little rounds. When I deal with things like that intellectually, I didn't even know who she was. And she started reading excerpts from her book and made me go buy the shit. I couldn't believe what I was reading, but it's the truth. Let me see here. Um, all right, Butterfly, please stop talking to me about that woman. She's a very confused individual, and even though some of the things that she's saying is far-fetched, it may seem, black people have a very diverse history in this country, and some of the things that she's saying may be true, but it still has not a damn thing to do with what we're talking about or how she's looking at her outlook and her future for her own life. She's already defeated before she even begins to try, and that makes no sense. Okay? If you give up on yourself, how do you expect anybody else to give a damn about you? It's real simple. She said, can you read us a book or two? From which book, y'all? Ladies' Room, which book you talking about? I'm waiting for you. Which book? You talking about the White Fragility book? You talking about? I don't know. You didn't tell me which book. Well, I'm assuming it's the White Fragility because that's the last one I had up. All right, yeah. Let me find something. She said yes. All right. Okay. How should I start this? Let me see. Maybe we'll start with the note if she has one. I think she does. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, she got a foreword. All right. So this is how. Okay, this is her take on her the reason for this book, right? So she's saying one metaphor for race is racism won't do. They are, after all, exceedingly complicated forces. No, we need more metaphors working in concert, even if in different areas of the culture, through a clever division of linguistic labor. Race is a condition. This is true. A disease, a card, a plague, an original sin. For much of America, much of American history, race has been black culture's issue. Racism, a black person's burden. Or substitute any person of color for black, and you've got the same problem. Whiteness, however, has remained constant. In the equation of race, another metaphor for race beckons. Whiteness is the unchanging variable. Or, to shift metaphors, whiteness has been to pinch Amari Baraka's resounding phrase, the changing same, a highly adaptable and fluid force that stays on top no matter where it lands. That's true. In science, that's true. So, in a sense, whiteness is at once the meaning of dominance. That's not true. To me, that's not true. The end to which dominance points, and the point of dominance too, which in its purest form, in its greatest fantasy, never ends. Now I understand what she's saying. This shit is true. When she summed all that up, when she talks about the different levels of superiority that these people have convinced you of, or convinced the world of, pertaining to them, is simply fantasy. None of that shit is true. It's all made up But because the whole society is constructed around everything they do to make it seem that way, you begin to believe it. It's wild. Let me get back to where I was. The fantasy never ends. To be sure, like the rest of race, whiteness is a fiction. What in what in the jargon of the academy is termed a social construct, an agreed on myth that has empirical grit because of its effect, not its essence. But whiteness does one better. It is a category of identity that is most useful when its very existence is denied. That's its twisted genius. Whiteness embodies Charles Baudelaires' adulation that the loveliest trick of, let me turn the page. The loveliest trick of, it's taking a long time for me to turn this page. Come on. Page is sticking together. Oh, good Lord. The loveliest trick of the devil, we all heard this before, is to persuade you that he doesn't exist. We have all heard that, and it is so very true. Or as an alter ego of the character Kaiser Sosa says in the film The Unusual Suspects. I don't know if any of you have seen that movie, but Kaiser Sosa in this The Usual Suspects was a dude that pretended to be afflicted so that he could get away with crime, and he did. Because the Usual Suspects is the fact that the police were working off of a stereotype or a collective belief that had nothing to do with the facts, which is why Kaiser Sosa was able to get away with pretending that he was some disformed, disfigured, disabled dude when nothing was fucking wrong with him. And he actually did do all of that brutal shit that they thought he did. But after him pretending to be somebody he wasn't, they let him go, walk right out the precinct, and he never answered for his crimes. It's a very good movie. Y'all should watch it. It is a movie about exactly what she's saying. Putting on a fake front or creating a level of fantasy that you get a whole bunch of people to believe. This is in essence what white fragility is. All right, so okay. All right, let me see what y'all are saying. I forgot. Let me see here. You see that I've noticed that a lot. Wait, I don't understand that. She's saying that I've noticed that a lot of younger Gen Z, I wish y'all would stop using them fucking terms that white people give y'all. Just call the age of the people and stop doing that. The divide and conquer is psychological. The reason they don't listen to older women is because they have decided to take on this dumbass title instead of understanding that we are continual. We're not separate things. We're all together. You start as a child and you go and go and go until you're dead. There's no groups against groups. This is the shit white people do all the time. It's called divide and conquer. So, but anyway, she said, I've noticed that a lot of younger, and I don't even know what that shit means, Gen Z, black women don't want to listen to older women because black women don't want to listen to older. I know she means black women because they say that we're young and that we want things more centered towards Gen Z and that we have our own what? Struggle, I guess you were saying. But that's the very thing that I'm trying to explain to y'all. Your struggle is not your own. You don't think that everybody older than you hasn't gone through that same shit, no matter what year it is you living in? I heard that shit today when Matrix Exposed was having her live, and she has a problem with this. She has an issue with people from my age and older, and I don't know what has happened to her in her life, but I hope she gets the help she needs. But let me tell you something. None of us had it easy. Not me, not my mother, and definitely not none of my grandmothers, okay? There was nothing done for us easier than it was for y'all or anybody else. You know that I'm gonna tell y'all the honest difference between young women in their 20s today versus women from my time when we were in our 20s. We didn't fuck around like y'all fuck around. We didn't give a fuck about being married to somebody and playing and all that shit and playing house. We didn't, we worked. Women that were my 20 when I was 20, we went to work at 13. We were the people that started and was part of the original summer youth programs where kids used to work in high school and used to be youth counselors and shit like that. We started that. We were the first kids to go into that. We worked. I have worked my whole life since 13 years old. And when we went to school, my okay, my cousins and stuff that were about 10 years older than me, the way this country used to be set up, they went to college for free because colleges were free in America because black women and black people did not go to college the way whites did. Let me see what you're saying. I'm gonna finish my story, but let me see what you're saying. She said, I think she hates on she does hate on the baby, whatever that's called. But I know those are older people because I saw a movie like that with Diane Keaton because they have more money and she's stupid with that, and I'm getting into that, right? Let me tell you something. I didn't have nothing more than you have now. Actually, you have more than I ever could have back then because you have the internet where, and this is what y'all really don't understand and you don't utilize it for the right thing. You have a device that is an instantaneous equalizer. You have the internet where you don't got to pay thousands of dollars to go sit in anybody's classroom to get a degree. All you got to do is sit in front of your computer and take courses and pass them and learn from different programs and different certification programs that will give you the knowledge that it took people sitting in classrooms for years to obtain. And then all you got to do then is continue to use the internet to put together a killer fucking resume, present yourself with all of the tools and tricks of the internet that will make you look beautiful, make you sound great, make you perform great in front of an employer, because they have resume videos, they have interview videos where you could put on an incredible performance and get the job of your fucking dreams, the paycheck of your dreams. You have the internet. You have instantaneous information and ability at your fucking access. And instead of using it for things that will make the rest of your life be beautiful, y'all use it to come on here and talk about bullshit and do stupid shit like OnlyFans. You don't, we had to go to the library. We had to learn the Dewey Decimal System. We had to learn to use the periodicals and the archives and get information, encyclopedias, and go actually speak to people who live through life history. Y'all have it at your fingertips, and you take shit for granted because you never had to live hard the way we did. That's the shit she don't realize and don't want to think about. We fucking worked, and we didn't eat good. Certain younger black women, I believe, make videos on. Wait. Why did? Okay, let me see. Why you take that away? I was trying to read it. Certain younger black believe make videos on rating how we are doomed because of TikTok has black people acting with all they see is good. Listen, stop worrying about people on TikTok. You know something? I kind of like didn't want to see them get rid of TikTok, but if it's going to cause mass hysteria and misinformation, get the fuck rid of it because it ain't really doing nobody no good. All the stuff they actually talk to you about on there that is actually credible and informative, you could get it your own self by watching the fucking independent news, paying attention to national news and world news, and they can't hide shit from you because I watch I never say it right. It's called Al Jazeera or Al Jazeera News. It's an Arabic news station. They give you news that America doesn't want to tell you, right? And it's way informational. Sometimes I watch the Chinese news. They tell me everything too. They speak English as well. They tell you about shit that America don't tell you about. I watch BBC, British news. They tell you things America don't want to tell you about. I watch the Canadian news. I watch the Ghanaian news. I watch news from all over the world so that when I hear about something happening, I can hear it from different perspectives of the world and get a clearer picture of what is going on, and not with just white racist people want to show me because they have a vested interest in keeping me stupid. You could do the same goddamn thing. So she says, certain younger blacks, I believe, make videos or rants and how we're doomed because that. Okay, so let me get back to it, right? So the reason that they say they're doomed and they talk about all this negative shit and how people had it better than them is because the same way they talk about these black dudes and they talk about them being lazy, they're fucking lazy. They're fucking lazy. Because when I was a young woman, I got married at 18, I was stupid. I didn't listen to my grandmother. I had a husband and I started having a whole bunch of kids, right? I didn't get my degree. So I had to fuck around with him and find out that I should have never got married, should have never had all those kids. And then I had to go back to school in my 30s, right? I worked 2 jobs and went to school and took care of my kids and paid people to be with my kids while I was at those 2 jobs and at that school getting those degrees. I have 3. So when I hear these young women today, younger than me, when it's easier for them to go to school, go to work, and get all the shit I had to kill myself and lose sleep to get, I don't want to hear you complaining about nothing because you never had to work as hard as me. I barely got any sleep. As soon as I came in, I slept less than 5 to 6 hours and had to get the fuck up and do it all over again because I made the mistake of thinking that being a black woman was supposed to be about playing house with this black man who didn't really want me or any other woman, black woman, for the rest of his life. He just wanted to play with us and then put us back down and pick us up when he wanted to. And they're still doing the same fucking thing to this day. But you know why else that happened? It's because my mother and grandmother never fully prepared me for the ignorant shit that happens to black women in this life. I had to learn that on my own too. Even though growing up, I saw the horrible things that happened to my mother after my father died. And she went from boyfriend to boyfriend, husband to husband. Them niggas all was users. And they all came in our house and beat on us. One of them raped me. One of them tried to rape my other sister, but my cousin came in and beat the fuck out of him. But nobody saved me. These are the things that happen to black women. They happen to us. And to sit there and act like one generation had it better than the other is fucking stupid because you're going to go through shit as long as you are a black woman. That the cost of inflation is holding them, that's bullshit. Like this one black male usually called channel called Ross Seller. He makes videos on being an anti-nationalist that he can't afford things. This is all bullshit. Let me tell you something. I can almost guarantee you every one of these people that make these claims, they don't have a college degree and they don't take education serious and they don't have jobs that reflect their level of intelligence to pay them adequately. That is the reason why all of us older women tell you, take your ass to school, stop worrying about partying, fucking, being in relationships and having babies until you go out here and academically lock down your fucking life. If you're studying to be a nuclear physicist, a chemist, a biologist, a doctor, a bookkeeper, an accountant, a mathematician, a psychiatrist, or even a physical fucking therapist, you're gonna make money. And when you do, then you could play and fuck up your life, because guess what? Now you'll have the money to bounce back from the dumb fucking decisions you make, and you don't have to suffer, not you or your kids. And that's the honesty they not really going into. What is this? Disabled brother that he will never trust again. Black women do this. Mother bringing him up. Not be. I don't. These people are all full of shit. Listen. Let me tell you something. Everybody has something to give. So don't think that when I'm telling you that what they're saying is a crock of shit. It's a crock of shit on the point of the fact that they haven't lived up to their own real potential. Okay. But a lot of the things that they're saying about life is a part of life. But some of the other shit is just their opinion based off of what has happened with them. That don't have nothing to do with us. That's not our mother. That's not our father. That's not our lived life experience. That's their shit. Don't be careful about picking up other people's fucking baggage, okay? But now when she was talking about why women should stay away from these dudes and the things that these dudes be looking to do to women, always on point. But again, it's not nothing we don't know, because if you pay attention and you just see shit for what it is and stop living in a fantasy and being delusional, you'll see the shit right in front of your face. These dudes tell you every day. They just did a video today, one of these African women that puts the TikTok pieces together. They did a video about these dudes trying to play on single parents, the women, the single moms, right? They had a woman, a black woman, and there's always some black woman trying to be the dumbass, always trying to make it seem like she's going to be the exception to the rule. And she's like, oh, I'm a single mother, and I always have a boyfriend, and guys are always asking me out. Yeah, because, baby, they want to fuck you. It ain't like they want to have no fucking life with you. They don't want your kids. They don't want you. They just want to fuck whoever they can in that whole situation. If they could fuck the kids, they good. If they could fuck you, they good. If they could fuck all of y'all, they great. This is what they're not understanding. There's no woman that's not fuckable. But there are many women that dudes just don't like. And that's what women don't want to accept. Like, they don't like you. They've been taught their whole lives that you're just something to do and something to have, to possess, to fuck on. That's all they care about. He's talking that same shit she was talking. If you don't want to be black, you know what somebody need to tell him? Cut your wrist, motherfucker. Kill yourself. Get the fuck out of here. All right? Save it for the rest of us that want to be here. If you don't want to be black, go kill yourself. Us. Hold on. Us black male millennials are doomed to having to work hard for money. You're a guy? Didn't I ask you last week if you was a dude? What are you talking about? Us black male millennials. You about to get fucking blocked. You know that, right? So then what are you saying? Watch how you write. You got me thinking you're a dude, but you said us black men, millennials. Oh, you trying to speak for the other person? Don't speak for him at all. Listen, let dead that shit. These people are losers. You know how they losers? Because women could come on here and talk. Black women have a tried and true history and record of doing more than one fucking thing at one time. We work, we go to school, we take care of kids, we hold down families, we take care of ourselves, we take care of our parents, grandparents, other people on the block, and our cousins' kids from time to time. We could do more than one thing. Whenever you have a situation of these dudes being on here talking all the time, you know right away they don't have a real job. That's number one. They don't have a real job. Number two, that their money is generated by being on here talking shit about black women. Number three, black women need to get some respect and some self-esteem and get to the point where you need to recognize and understand that if these dudes are on here talking down about you, you need to stop supporting them. You need to stop going to their channels. You need to stop subscribing. Just move away from them and stop dealing with them altogether. Stop supporting them tear you down. If black women didn't subscribe to their channels, give them cash apps, and give them money and support them all the time, they wouldn't even be on fucking YouTube. I was trying to say that. Okay. I'm saying this. I was trying to finish the sentence. Okay, I got you. Yeah. I got you. He's saying that because he wants people to feel sorry for him and he wants to use it as an excuse the same fucking way she was doing it. Because you know it's funny, right? She's doing the same thing and he's doing the same thing that everybody does, and then they swear to God they're not. They're trying to make everybody from that time from that time period, or who are those people who just because they worked hard, make it seem like they're a fucking monolith. And we're not. Yes, there were women my age whose parents gave them houses or they died and they were able to live in those houses, right? That's every generation could. The only reason why my grandmother actually had property was because her mother was raped by a white man who owned her. And because this was the type of dude that actually felt like she loved him when she didn't. She couldn't stand this motherfucker touching her, right? He felt obligated because I guess deep down inside he knew she didn't want him touching her either, you know? So he left the house where these black people were working themselves to death to give him the life that he didn't deserve. And he's violating one of his slaves, having children with them. So I guess he felt like it was only right for him to give back some of all that he has fucking taken. So he left the house. He left a little bit of land too, but so what? That doesn't make up for all the black bodies and lives that were cut short, cut down, ruined, and destroyed. You understand? So when these people are talking all this shit, they gotta know, like, my grandmother was born in 1919. She was born the year of the great race riots in where I'm from in New York, where it took out many black people. It took out like okay, let me tell you. There was a place here in New York called Seneca City where Native Americans and black Africans from real Africans who were enslaved and first and second generation African Americans, descendants from those slaves, lived after they were so-called released from slavery, but still living in bondage, right? And that is what is now known as the Seneca Village, was like Central Park and part of like Soho area in Manhattan. That whole area was like a black town, a black village where all the black people lived. And during 1919, I forget exactly what the riot was called now, but if you ever see this movie called The Gangs of New York, well, the Irish, the Italian, and all the other white people that came through Ellis Island, they felt like black people having jobs and being able to join some of the unions that they were allowed to join back then were taking the food and the money and the abilities away from so-called white people who were allowed now to be given the privilege of other white people in America, taking food out their mouths, so to speak. So one night they all got together and they decided to kill as many black people as they could. And they dug a big pit in Central Park, which was Seneca Village, and they threw all of the dead women, men, and children into that pit and set them all on fire. And that's the shit that came from that time. So during that time, because of the fact that a lot of these white enslavers, because the history books and the history that you have been taught about slavery is very incorrect, right? The last recorded slave in America was some black dude on some farm in the middle of the Midwest somewhere, and this was 1966. The very last slave was recorded. He was born in bondage on these white people's farm and died there because they had worked him to the point where his body had got really seriously deformed from rheumatoid arthritis, and he could not walk anymore. And there was another lady. There was another lady in her family in Louisiana. They made a movie about it. It's called Alice, and this is a true movie, a true story. With her family, because America had pockets of slavery existing up into the 1960s that people had come across and chronicalized the histories of the family. Those were the last two documented in America. So you had slavery all the way up to 1960 something, 66, I believe it was. If you watch the story Alice, you'll see it was Keke Palmer played Alice, and Common was in it too. They tell you the dates in the movie, but it was before 1970 that her and that one guy, she was in Louisiana. I don't know where the other man was. I think he was like in either the Carolinas or Mississippi, and he was a field hand on the farm, and he died there because of his deformities. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that went on, but I'm just telling you this story to bring to your attention. This is how a lot of black people got a lot of these things that they owned in their family through it being trickled down from white people who were related to them or who was violating their grandmothers, like in my case, right? This happened. Y'all remember the story of Eve's Bayou? They tell you the same story that happened to my grandmother. Instead, that woman who married Baptiste had like 15 children for that white man, like involuntary, like she was forced to have them. So when these people are talking about this stuff, they got to realize the time frames in real life. Like my mother is a woman that lived through segregation and Jim Crow, and she lived through being chased through the streets by white mobs and etc. And my grandmother was a little girl that lived through seeing black people hanging from trees when she tried to walk to the store in the South. And she had to be careful on back roads because down south, these white men, they raped little girls as young as 5 years old. 2 and 3 men would rape little girls, and y'all saw this in that movie that Samuel Jackson played in called Out of Time, or so whatever it's called, where his little daughter got raped by those 3 dudes. That shit really happened down south. It happened all the time. I cannot tell you how many cousins of mine had, back in the days before Roe became a law, that that the violations and rapes of women were natural and so much a part of who we were. Stacy said, I agree that 4B should be in silence. We need to stop talking and just stand on business. Most definitely, Stacy. There is a great deal going on in this world that needs our focus. You ain't never lied, Stacy. Fly, I'm gonna need you to stop doing that, okay? We're not jumping all over the place tonight with Black history that really has nothing to do with what we're talking about, okay? A lot of these things happened, but we're not having that discussion tonight, okay? Personally, I don't want to talk about it, and it's not relevant to us right now, being black women trying to collectively stick together to do what we need to do for each other. And it's really that simple. It is just as simple as what the South Korean women are doing. You make your mind up to do something and you fucking stick to it until you accomplish what you set out to do. The South Korean women want equality. They want they want I hear you. They want domestic violence to stop on their women. They want the rapes and the murders of their women to stop. They want their women to have their little girls to have the ability to work and be a mother if they want to, whereas we already have that right. They're serious about what they're doing. And in turn, we're fucking around because when our foremothers were serious about what they wanted to give us that we inherited, which is our freedoms and our rights, they wasn't fucking around with that. When Fannie Lou Hamer and all the rest of those women from back in those days of the real civil rights, where they don't discuss the roles and all of the contributions that black women gave from 1930 all the way up to 1970 and beyond, they don't discuss how those women gave their lives for us to have what we have today. And you really don't understand how many women died for us to get Roe. Women were dying on top of kitchen tables. They were dying in alleyways because it was illegal to get an abortion, but they were getting abortions. And so a lot of these women had procedures that were not sterile, and they died of blood poisoning and staph infections and everything else. And it was hundreds, thousands of women, which is why they had to give in and pass the law. Because they try to justify all this fucking madness by religion. And as long as it hurts women, religion is going to protect it and verify it. You notice that they don't want women to get rid of babies, but they don't insist on men having vasectomies, right? It's too much. Stacy said yes. It was of the first. Most definitely. Let's see, Stacy. I've been looking into stick and cane defense. I don't know anything about it, but I must tell you that I applaud you on beginning your journey to learn to protect yourself. And I don't care what you take, as long as you learn to keep somebody off of you, that's all I want for you. Because every woman has the ability to be just as violent as any man and to protect herself. And as soon as we start doing more of that, a lot of this stuff that affects women every day will become a thing of the past. Let me tell you, because speaking of this, right, Stacy, I'm ignoring that last comment, Fly. Speaking to Stacy, right? When I think about the women from the gladiator times, right? You know that women were actually put into that pit with men, made to fight against men, made to fight against lions and everything else that they did to the men. And some of those women were more fierce than the men, because when you are determined not to be taken advantage of and you want to have something in life, you don't let nothing stop you. And there is no difference between men and women. And once you get that shit out of your head about being inferior to men and them being so much stronger than you, where you got no wins and they gonna always best you, you're gonna always be a victim. The first time you realize that, it doesn't matter how big the dude is, if you cut into his anatomy, he'll be dead within 10 seconds. There's how many? It's 5 parts on your body. Well, actually 6. That will kill you instantly. 7. As I keep thinking about it, I find more places. But look, you have 4 arteries on your extremity. You have the arteries that run in both your thighs, the inner thighs, right? You have the arteries that run inside the inner arms from your armpit. You have the artery over here that runs all of the blood to your brain and heart. The most This is the one where you'll, this is how that dude killed the twin. He stabbed him in the artery, the most important artery in your whole body. And once you puncture that and there's no one to stop that blood flow and put that back together, you're going to die in less than 10 seconds. Okay? The other way to kill somebody instantly is to impale their heart immediately through all that shit, flesh, bone, um, chest cavity, you know, the lungs, how they protect the heart. You go right through that shit with a strong enough blade. You kill that fucking person instantly. So now, the reason I say these things is not to be like, sound like a maniac or anything like that, but it's to try to impress upon you that when you let go of these things that were taught to us forever about gender roles, inferior versus inferior, masculine versus feminine, and you just look at it as like none of that is true. The reality is anyone can be bested by what the person knows and the skill level they have in hurting you. And that could be a little child to the strongest, biggest person in the world, whether it be woman or man. Because there are a lot of women way bigger than men. So it's like, it depends on what is going on. But ultimately, whether you this big or this big, we all got the same anatomy. And if a child stabs me in the neck, a woman or man, I'm still going to die. And that's the way y'all have to begin to look at it when it comes to dealing with these dudes that want to be violent with you. You're smaller than them. You have a better fucking advantage that you do not take advantage of. You get up in those crevices and you tear that body apart and watch him drop to his knees or fall flat on his face into the never never. I'm trying to tell you. Okay, what is this now? Queen just saying, are you referring to the younger black women who worship? I'm not, we're not having religious discussions. I don't believe in God the way white man has taught y'all. I damn sure don't follow religion, okay? I believe in the universe. I believe in spiritual things from Africa. I don't believe in any white made, man made religions. That's not me. I was forced to do that shit when I was a child. I am not going to be involved with that nonsense as an adult. And that's my opinion. You don't have to subscribe to it. Period. I don't need no religion to teach me how to do right by other people, how to respect myself and conduct myself like I got a brain in my head. I could do that all on my own. I don't have a fear of dying. I know that because I am a human being, I was born, therefore I will die. And it doesn't matter what the fuck happens after that because I got no control over it. So in the time that I'm given, I try to live life, be good to me and others, and live and be happy and be comfortable with the person I'm looking at in the mirror. And that's my code of conduct. I don't need no goddamn commandments or nothing else. Yes, thank you. Welcome for the encouragement, Stacy. That's needed. Like, I listen. I told you guys I just started trying to learn American Kendo karate. It's challenging for me because it's outside of my comfort zone. But I'm gonna stick to it and push on because I think it would be beneficial to me. And I'm glad that you are actually doing something and not sitting here like a lot of these black women and continuing to be a person who doesn't even have any knowledge to protect themselves. I really appreciate that. And I wish more people were like you. A lot of this ignorance in the world would change immediately. What do you say, Queens? Okay, no problem. Yeah, I don't get into that worshiping. I don't. That is, this is just my opinion. I'm not trying to shit on anybody's belief, right? However, every religion dominates women, and I can't get with anything that dominates me. Now, if I'm a dude, I would love the fuck out of religion. What do I care about fucking over women? I ain't one. But since I am one, I do care about it. And I can't get with that shit. I just can't. Um, What question above? Did I miss something? I choose stick and cane due to less restrictions to carry it all times. Also, it's inexpensive. Okay, that's good. Anything you do to listen, you got to crawl before you walk, right? So whatever you could do now is what you could do now. What you could do later can probably be totally different, and maybe you'll be in a position to spend more money or have more money to spend. Every day, one day at a time. Uh, it's a good way to start, Stacy. She's right. Great way to start. Let me finish this last page of this book, and we can be done with this girl. And a lot of these books are good. So she says, because she said it was the greatest trick ever told was the devil to persuade you that he doesn't exist, or as an alter ego of the character Kaiser Sosa in the film The Usual Suspects. The greatest trick the devil ever played was to convince the world that he did not exist. The devil, racism, another metaphor, same difference. Robin DiAngelo, she's the author, is here to announce, in the words of evangelicals and rappers Rick Ross and Jay-Z, the devil is a lie. Whiteness, like race, may not be true. It's not a biological, inheritable characteristic that has roots in psychological structures or in genes or chromosomes, but it is real in the sense that societies and rights and goods and resources and privileges have been built on its foundation. That is actually really the truth right there. That's all right. You know what it is that what this white woman is speaking to right here, if you're not aware of it, is the conditioning of race into society. Because there really was a time before the so-called New World, where in the old world, right, of the Egyptians and the gladiators and Moses and all those people, all the way up to let me see, when did the New World kick in? Up to before the expedition, before Christopher Columbus. Let's put it like that, right? All those people were gladiators, scientists, rulers. They didn't give a fuck about who they married. They didn't care if the women's. Listen, most women in Africa, all women in Africa were dark like me. Now, you did have some that were lighter because it's genetics, right? But the majority of women look like me, literally. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but I look exactly like the Queen of Sheba, the one that was married to that man that they think is so wise. I forget his name right now. Give me a minute. Solomon. I had posted a picture of that before to show y'all that that woman looked exactly like me. I showed y'all that. I never knew what she looked like. I knew her story, but I happened to be flipping through a book one day, a history book, and I was like, oh my God, why does she look like me? Or not actually, is me look like her, right? But anyway, don't like all this stuff that goes on. Never short yourself or short sight anything. You are everything in this world, whether you know your history or not. That's all I gotta say. Like, black women, you are like the vein of this world's pulse. You gotta understand that. Like, you really do. Let me get back to this. Like, but the whole thing about her saying it was created is true. Because before that time in the old world, people didn't care about what race you belonged to. You were a human being. And they would describe you either dark of skin, light of skin, fair of hair, dark of hair. They never said white, black, Hispanic, or whatever. They didn't give a fuck. They was just describing how the person looked. That's it. If you ever read books from that time, that's how they describe people, by their actual physical features. You see how they describe Jesus in the Bible, right? That's the same way they describe people in these history books I've read. Like they would describe women like, um how would they do? They would always start with like a measurement. It was oh, they would say she was height to the man's shoulder, right? And then they would talk about the hair color, the eye color, whether she was thin, um, kind of heavy. They didn't say, never said thick. You know, they would just make it small, medium, or large. And then they would talk about the voice. If her voice was high, low, or soft. That shit like that. Nobody was sitting here talking about, oh, it was a black woman, it was an Asian woman. No, they didn't do that. This only came about later, after slavery was ordained and condoned by the Catholic Church and the Christian Church. And the Portuguese and the Spaniards went off onto their quest into the world to enslave Africans. Then, later on, when it took a more pivotal, sinister turn, was when slavery came into existence. The American chattel slavery, not the other slaveries before. That was the most brutal. And then countries like Germany and South Africa studied the brutality from slavery in America to create apartheid. And Hitler, with his Nazi camps and other shit, they got that from America. Russia may have released pictures and stuff, but Putin has an alternative agenda. He's trying to get into Africa for two things. One is the positioning of Africa to America, where if he wanted to launch an actual attack, he would be rightfully positioned. Secondly, Africa is the mother of this world. Every resource that runs this world is in Africa. So if he wants in on the exploitation of Africa, what better way than to pander and cater to them and compliment them into being used? Isn't that what colonists do? That's all it is. All right. So let me finish up this page and then get back onto black women right now, and we stop jumping all over the world. So she says, the devil is a lie. Whiteness like race may not be true. It's not a biologically inheritable characteristic that has roots in psychological structures or in genes or chromosomes. But it is real in the sense that societies and rights and goods and resources and privileges have been built on its foundation. D'Angelo brilliantly names a whiteness that doesn't want to be named. Disrobes a whiteness that dresses in camouflage as humanity. That is real shit right there. That hits me places that I don't even want to begin to talk about. So many pictures of slavery came to my mind when I just read that sentence. I think about how they used to burn black people alive at picnics and sit there eating, smelling and looking at somebody's flesh being burnt off down to their bone in front of them, and you still could eat looking at somebody burning alive in front of you. Distorts and disrobes a whiteness that dresses in camouflage as humanity. Unmasks a whiteness costumed as American and fetches to center stage a whiteness that would rather hide invisible invisibility, which is what they do all the time. I ain't racist. My best friend is black. Right. Or they're the cops that sodomized Amadou Diallo. No, was that not Amadou Diallo? That was the other dude, the Haitian dude. I'm fucking up my people. Amadou Diallo was the African dude that got shot 48 times. And I forgot the Haitian dude that they stuck the plunger up his ass. Those dudes were white dudes with black girlfriends, but yet they still had enough hate and anti-blackness in their bodies to do that shit to a Haitian dude because he was black. It is not enough to be Sorry. It's not enough to be a rhetorician and a, what is this word? Semiotician to destruct and demysticize whiteness. One must be a magician of the political and the social, an alchemist of the spiritual and psychological too. One must wave off racist stereotypes and conjure a rich history of combating white supremacy and white privilege and white lies. A history that has often been buried deep in the dark. She ain't lying. Rich black American soil. D'Angelo knows that what she's saying to white folk in this book is what so many black folks have thought and believed and said over and over again in years, but couldn't be heard because white ears were too sensitive, white souls too fragile, and too fucking violent and too deadly. Like, they wasn't playing with black people in those days. When black people offended white people, they would just kill them, beat them half to death, shoot them, stab them up. They didn't give a fuck. They kill them right where they stand. D'Angelo joins the front ranks of white anti-racist thinkers with a stirring call to conscious and, most important, consciousness in their white brothers and sisters. White fragility is a truly generative idea. It is a crucial concept that inspires us to think more deeply about white folk, understand their whiteness, and react defensively to being called to account for what that whiteness has done under the radar of race for far too long. D'Angelo is wise and withering in her relentless assault on what Langston Hughes termed the ways of white folks. That's a good book to read by Langston Hughes, y'all. The Ways of White Folks is good. But she is clear-eyed and unsentimental in untangling the intertwined threads of social destiny and political prescription that bind white identity to moral neutrality and cultural universality. Now, with that, she's talking about like how she got to be careful because of all of the whitewashing of history, and you know how DeSantis had tried to get rid of black studies and black history. She got to be careful with how she talks and what she says in this book, because she has to penetrate all of the indoctrinated white supremacy in many people's lives, including white people. White people got to believe the bullshit they teach us too in order for this stuff to exist, stay in the structured form that it works against us in. Because if they didn't believe in it, then we wouldn't. You know what I mean? Because they set the stage for this shit. So, hey, Catnap. That was one way. She said that was one way. Yeah. So, you know, it is what it is, but the best way to stay ahead of all this nonsense is just to be really awake and to be our real version of woke. Like, you look for the injustices and the inequalities in society that are predicated against you by these American whites, and you do everything you can to counter that and to correct it and to make it as appropriate for you and us collectively as we can. And that's called progress. That's all that is. You know, nothing more, nothing less, sadly, you know. But yeah, those are my book picks for y'all. For those of you that want to read all that stuff, believe me, you will get a mind-blowing experience, okay? Mind-blowing. But let me tell y'all something. Now, I see y'all in the chat talking about the Black Madonna, right? But that's not nothing new, y'all. I had told y'all about that in a couple of lives back, how if you go to the Vatican right now in Italy and walk into the church, the first thing you're going to see is the Black Madonna. If you go to as far away as Transylvania, you're going to see the Black Madonna. If you go to the Philippines right now, you're going to see the Black Madonna. That's not nothing new. A lot of that stuff that he pulled out that vault is nothing new. You know what the issue is with the vault in the world? It is because the very thing we were just reading about in white fragility has corrupted the minds of everybody in this world. People believe so wholeheartedly that white people are superior to them because they want to believe that shit. She said, "What? Thank you. Please keep those lives up. The church I got baptized at a Black Madonna statue." Yeah, it's true. Like, it is what it is. Like, everybody in the world knows this shit except for us black folks, I guess, in America, because black people in other countries, they already knew this stuff. They already seen this stuff, and they've been taught it, but they don't respect it. They have. They've been taught this a long time ago. Like, let me see. What story can I think about? All right. For instance, y'all remember the story of Moses when the Pharaoh's sister took Moses out the water and supposedly kept him as her son and all that, right? What was that lady's name? It started with a B. Bithia? I think her name was Bithia. Y'all check and make sure I'm correct, but I believe her name was Bithia, right? Because all those women had fire names back then. But anyway, that was a woman that didn't believe in religion, okay? But because she loved children, and if they when you this is the thing about history and stories that people tell when they have an agenda. Like, Moses' story is based off an agenda. It was about trying to keep people from converting from one religion to another, that the people who were in control at the time, the what did they used to call them, the scribes, right? The scribes and the thieves who were controlling all the information and giving the rules of the land, they wanted to keep people under one belief and one particular, like, threat or fear, so that they could control them. So now the Pharaoh and their people, they didn't believe in religion at all, because they ran shit. What do they have to fear? They don't have to worry about anything. They feel like they can do what they want in the world, right? So um give me 1 minute to come to that, Stacy. So what happens is that this woman, Bithica, I think her name was, she used to take care of many of the slaves' children and take care of them financially, because back in those days there was no white belief of superiority like you have now. This woman was a woman that really couldn't have children of her own. So she loved the babies of the slaves as if they were her own. And when she found one, because that was literally what it was, the reason Moses and supposedly his mother and his sisters sent him down the river was because they were aware of Bithia's kindness and love of babies, because of what they saw her do with the other slaves, with their children. So, of course, if they sent him down the river and he got no mama, and this woman has been wanting a baby forever, she thinks like, oh my God, the greatest gift I could ever receive. And she knew that he wasn't her kind of people, but that didn't matter to her, because he was a baby and she loved babies. So, you know what they don't tell you in the story of Moses is that this woman converted to the slaves' religion just so she could learn to take care of this child the way she was supposed to, through his people's beliefs. That's all the true history they leave out of these fucking stories for Easter. Hold on, let me see here what you're saying. You're not supposed to think they're superior, because they're not. They like to try to convince you that they are, but they're definitely not. Even in their genetic makeup, in them versus us, they are highly inferior in every way imaginable, which is why they never wanted to let your girl whatever was her name, Leaks. My girl Leaks out the hospital. They kept her there testing on her till she died. But they still got her damn cells working for the rest of the world to this day. Her and many other black women. Hey, this makes me wonder. No, it's not really nothing to worry about the currency dropping for that's just to get money. Like Harriet Tubman was Harriet Tubman. She named herself after her, I think it was her mom or her grandmother. One of them had this name Harriet because that wasn't her real slave name. Her real slave name was like some flower or something. Not sapphire, but um, uh, well, y'all gotta look it up. But that's not her real name. Her real name was something else, and she hated that shit. So when she decided that she was going to become the woman Moses, that's literally what she said and used to call herself. She took a new name for herself, and everybody started calling her that. And she got documents to call herself that. But that name was actually like a grandmother or a mother's name, because her mother got dementia early, so might have been her mom's name, but I can't remember what her name was, her real name. I know it was a flower or something. What'd you say, Kat? Hold on, let me see. Kat said, the Midrash calls the daughter of the Pharaoh Bithiah, identifying her with the woman mentioned in 1 Corinthians 4. I have no idea. I don't read the Bible and know it like that. I'll take your word for it. Pharaoh were black women. Yes, Pharaoh were women's. I know that white people, whenever they get their hands on world history, they make everything patriarchal, but it wasn't like that. The old world, with the Egyptians and etc., all the way up to the Romans, they believed whoever ruled, whether it was a woman or a man. Because even Caesar, when he had children and they didn't have sons, their daughters ruled just alongside of a dude. The same way with the Egyptians, Cleopatra ruled alongside with her younger brother. Remember, they believe in the duality. Remember, they believe in the full circle of life, the woman, the man, and the child, or the Trinity, whatever. I know y'all know it as the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, but in the old world, all those people believed in man, woman, man, and child, and that's the representation of the Ankh. The Ankh is the uterus of the woman, and the stick is supposed to be the penile from the man to create 360 degrees of life. This is what they believed, and it's written in the Heminatra and all of the Egyptian Book of Life and the Book of the Dead. All that is constantly in there. What did she say? But somewhere she received the name Bithiah, literally the daughter of God, for God was yeah, I think that was it, because I know that she literally changed her belief in religions for the baby. And like I told you, the other part of the story that they never show is that, oh, hold on, I'm about to lose. I gotta get the battery in here because we about to lose the camera. Let me try to hurry up. Where did I put the wire? Oh my God, don't turn off on me. Jesus Christ. I got my bag over here, but I don't know. Oh, come on, help me. Help me. Let me find it. So yeah, she was really kind to the women. That's the iPhone. Jesus, Lord have mercy. Where is this cord? Is this it? I think so. So she was kind to, hold on y'all, I gotta plug us in or we gonna be gone. Yeah, let me try to plug this in. Hold on y'all. I have to turn it upside down, sorry. Now it's not working. God damn it. Alright, I think I'm back. Yeah, back. So like we were saying, wait a minute, what happened? Why is it not, it's not rotated right? Hold on. All right, hold on. What is this again? Like this? What is this thing doing? What are you doing? All right, here we go. This damn iPad is a piece of trash. It was just doing what it wants to do. So yeah, like you guys were saying, is that her actions gave her that additional name, and the fact that she converted to the slaves religion because of her love of the child. Um, all of that is talked about too in the history books, but I think she was. I think it was a good thing to do, but it is stuff that women do. She said, "I googled the name. I don't know these people." Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of people you don't know because they keep that from you because they like to make you believe that all that stuff they've been teaching us about the Pharaoh and the Hebrew, none of that was real. All of that was fabricated. None of that was real. Because when you read the history books from those times, none of that happened. Um, oh yeah, had to put. Yeah, I know had to put. Pharaoh had to put. Yeah, but so back to us now. So with us, 2024 black women, you have all of that same ability, drive, and passion and brilliance and all that running in your veins and blood, the same way all those women have that we spoke about on this live. We just got to get to the point where we actually start caring about one another like we're real human beings, and that we mean things to each other, and stop trying to always fall into what white people, the traps they put out for us to fall into, like this generational war that they have where this Gen Z shit versus this one and that one, whatever these titles are. We need to stop participating in that, because ultimately it's not gaining you anything, but what it is doing is teaching you to have an apathy for people who are not in your age group, and that is not good. And you got to understand that everything that they come out with in society is made to keep you down and to keep them up. Same way, if you notice recently, the same thing that has been going on for a while, they highlight ridiculous shit to keep black women impoverished, like promiscuous sex, lewd actions and behavior. They want you to be running around with no clothes on and always wanting to have sex for free and let anybody do anything they want to you. They always want to promote ill repute. They never want to promote amongst people that they don't care about, who are poor and that they think don't deserve anything in life. They don't ever promote education to us. They don't promote wealth to us. They don't promote anything to us that they already have themselves and want to maintain. So sometimes you have to think about that and then move accordingly. Like you don't, like Stacy has said already, like you don't always have to go along and do what's happening out there. You got to move in silence sometime, but you move in agreement of the silence. And silence is not always good, because in a political year, in an election year, you need to be fucking loud as possible so that people know what your demands are, what your wants, your desires, your needs are, and so that most of them get met. A squeaky wheel gets the oil. So she says, yes, we need to prepare together because the world's it's not just about the world getting dangerous. I don't give a shit about danger. Danger don't put no fear in me. What puts fear in me is me not being able to live the life I want because another person feels like I'm not entitled to it. I'll walk down the street every day and fight everybody. I don't give a fuck. As long as I still have the ability to buy the car I want, live in the place I want to live, travel how I want to travel, and be totally free and able to do what I want with me anytime I want. It doesn't matter. I'll go outside every day knowing that I got to put on my helmet and my sword, and either I come back or I don't. I have no problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is people writing laws where they take away my freedom and my ability to control my own body that I live within. I have a problem with that. Um, she said, I feel like Egypt was wicked for some reason. Egypt wasn't wicked. That's just the beliefs that of the stories that they tell to make you think they were. They were not. They were like every other people of that time, doing the same exact thing as everyone else. And like I told you, those stories are not true. They are put there to make you believe things a certain way, act a certain way, and do what they need you to do to benefit them and to take from you. That's all that shit is for. That's all it's for. That's it. And you got to remember in this world, like, when it comes to the political arena of countries and government, they will do what they have to do to maintain alliances and treaties because if ever, in cases of war, they need those people to help them win or even just to survive, they do things that go against your moral compass and what is right for mankind in the world. They will do that. We are seeing that right now with the Gaza. We're seeing that. America knows full well what they're doing is wrong. But the reason that they go along with that shit in Gaza is because they need that place to be what keeps the rest of the Muslim world coming together as one unit to work completely against America. Y'all got to understand these things. Israel was created in the 1940s. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 1943 by America and the United Nations. They needed to put that there so that all of the Muslim countries that are all populated in that area would not be one cohesive Muslim region where they all would think alike, do alike, and hate America alike. Do y'all understand what I'm saying to y'all? That's why Israel was put there. Because the only real country from the beginning of time is Jerusalem. And if you ever notice, you never hear shit about Jerusalem, right? Because it's not geographically located in a beneficial spot for America to take advantage of. Yeah, Biden came off his vacation. Yeah, I know, but I feel like everything is in reverse. Like most the history we're taught that wasn't mostly real or the things of this world. It is true. Most you got to understand the creation of white supremacy is the reason for that. They cannot convince you of your inferiority and then teach you real history where you are the beginning of the world and the whites and other people came to your dynasties each period of the history of time to learn from you. Like white people used to come to the Timbuktu dynasty. They came to the Ghana dynasty. They came to the Mali Empire. I said it wrong, not dynasty. It's the dynasties, but it was the Tanzania Empire, the Timbuktu, the Mali, the Songhai. It was so many empires. These people, these white people came from all over the world to go to universities, to attend colleges in Africa where mathematics was taught, science was taught, languages were taught, agriculture was taught, engineering, all types of things, carpentry. Everything was taught at these schools because Africa was the beginning of the world, all civilization. And so they went there to learn and to spread it throughout their land so that they could live and be just the same way. They even learned democracy and diplomacy from Africa. Um, some of the markets are getting, yeah, Jerusalem is rich and resourceful history. It's not taught a lot. It is. Listen, let me tell you something. The best thing you could do, whether you are a religious person or not, is to go to Jerusalem, right? During the time of the so called Jesus' birth, and do the walk of Christ from Nazareth. You want to talk about experiencing history and seeing how a lot of the stuff that they teach you in books and television and movies is a bunch of lies? Go to Jerusalem and do that walk. Walk from Nazareth to Jerusalem. The churches do it like almost every year. You will see things that will prove to you that when you see these little Easter shows, that all of that shit is straight out of somebody's imagination. You do have to do independent studies, Cat. It's just where it's at. And like I told you, the reality hit for me when I realized, because there was a time, like, you gotta remember, I'm born in America, right? And when you go to school, your teachers don't really tell you about other universities and things of this world. They mostly try to make you feel like America is the best thing in the world and there's nothing better, when that's not true. So what happened was, when I got to college, and I had to go all the way to college to understand this, that for every history book that is written in America, there is a history book written in every other country and in every particular location where that actual historical event took place. So now let's just go back to the whole thing about Jesus and Moses just for a quick second, then we get off of it, right? If we really want to know what happened with whatever was going on at the time of Jesus in Nazareth, we have to go read the books from the scholars of Nazareth, right? Or whatever they call it today. Then we also have to go to the universities and the Museum of Antiquities to see what they have on that time to get the full story, right? Then we also got to read what the Romans had to say about Jesus in that period too, because they're going to have a story to tell as well. And then you got to read what the poor people and the slaves said. So you see what I'm saying? And this is true for every part of the world. Like today, if you want to read a history on, let's just say, apartheid, right? You're going to read what the American people have to say about it. You're going to read what the South African people have to say about it. Then you may read what other parts of Africa have to say about it. And even as far as like someplace like Germany. And you read everybody's take on it. And then you go right specifically to the very place where the first act of it started. And there will be people there who put it in place, people who experienced it, and people who learned of it will tell you all three of their experiences. And that will give you another insight into it as well. So that's why it's and like I said, I didn't really find this out like this until college. Cause like when college, when they teach you how to do certain types of research and you learn certain things, you learn all of this stuff about the inclusivity of the world. And then you realize that, oh, they've been fucking lying to me the whole time. That's when you start realizing stuff like that. Yeah, so then she says, true, because they try to make it seem like being an American is a privilege and that every other country is poor and that they don't have the best university. It's true. They do try to. Now, mind you, I love America. This is my home. My people came here. Some of my people were born here and were here before whites and Indians and everybody came here. But that's besides the point. This is my home. This is where I was born. So, good or bad or indifferent, I have to love this place because it is what brought me into this world, right? This is where I came into the world at. So, I have a connection to this place whether I want it or not, right? And that's like everybody else wherever they're born. They have a connection to that place whether they want it or not because that is their place of birth. So, even with America being shitty and treating us like we were less than human, we have a lot of history in this country. We are the history of this country that no one can deny, which is why they try to hide our history so much. We, ev- everything about this country has the blood and the soul of black people in it. Y'all see how Y'all see how they giving, I don't really care for her, but giving Beyonce such a hard time about this Cowboy Carter album? And do y'all even know that country music was created by black slaves in the field? And that the way that the white people play the banjo is a spinoff of the African guitar, and that the black people invented the banjo in America? Did y'all know that? And that everybody copied the black people to make country music, rock music, all the type of musics that we know in America except for classical music, because that was done by Europeans way before America even existed. We invented everything in this country. Everything. Every invention, everything we use, the foods that we eat. That's why white people, when you go down south, they think that the foods they eat is American, because those are the foods that was brought to America and taught to the white people from slavery. Like the way we eat soul food, those white people used to eat that every day because the slaves was cooking only what they knew how to cook. She says it's funny because once a black person wants to make rock music or country music, other people call them, but yeah, because they don't know the history. And because white people try to act like things that are true about us is not a matter of fact when it is. Like they all know, like honestly, you can look this up too. Johnny Cash, which is one of my favorite countrymen, um, Willie Nelson, who else do I like? What's that other guy's name? I like Willie Nelson and Johnny Cash a lot. The other countryman, I forget right now. Oh, Loretta Lynn. I love those white people, but they didn't create country music. They got it from black people. And I used to remember the first country black. It was a black woman that created country music. I forget her name, but there's a documentary on her. As a matter of fact, you go to Black Pretty Black Magic's channel. She has a video of the woman that created country music, the very first woman. All right, she's there. Um, it's black women. Black women are very melodic. You know that. You know, when we sing and we feel music, we create shit off of the top of our head. The best person that comes to my mind about creating music off the top of their head would be Jill Scott. Y'all see the way Jill just like, she takes a melody and twists that shit inside out. Black women have been doing that for centuries. Centuries. What did y'all say? Something about the slaves would use cigar boxes to start to make the banjo. Cigar box? I don't know. But I know that in Africa, the banjo, right, is a form of a guitar that they have in a lot of African cultures and a lot of African tribes. They have that, they have the drum, and they have this flute thing, which is sort of like the three main staples of their instruments. And when they came to America, they just recreated those same African instruments here in America and played their music. You know, African people get down with music. Like one of my favorite artists right now is there's a few African people I like to listen to because their music is just so peaceful and so melodic. I like it. Like I don't even have to understand what they're saying. It's just the music and the way they sing that just makes me feel real peaceful. Like, and even people that's not so like traditional African music where it's peaceful, but it's kind of like, look at Afro beats where they take a lot of African American music and mix it with African, like Burna Boy. I love a lot of that dude's music. I don't know what the hell he's saying, but I know that I like the cadence of the song. I like the music, and that's just black people. We're very musical, very. It's like part of our soul. But if you say that they made them out of cigar boxes, I don't doubt it because black people are clever as hell. You know that about us. We are the mother of invention. We will make some shit to get some stuff that we need to get done. I know I still do that to this day. Like if I'm around my house and I don't have something I need, I would sit there, I think that shit through. Oh, I know what I could use. I could use this with this. I get it done. And you know that's what we do. She said pretty soon they'll try to get jazz. Nah, they don't care about jazz. Jazz is too complicated. Jazz takes a lot of thinking, a lot of writing music. They don't want jazz. Jazz is too complicated because they could have already taken it. Because jazz has been in this country. Jazz, I believe, is the second oldest. The first oldest is blues, rhythm and blues, right? Like the old blues singers from the 20s and the 30s when they started recording. But you know they sang well before that. But jazz has been around because I don't know how many of y'all know Scott Joplin, but Scott Joplin, he used to play a form of jazz called ragtime. And you guys probably know his song. It's called ragtime. It's like doom doom ba bum 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 ba da 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 ba da ba da ba da da da. Y'all have heard that tune. They played that shit in movies and everything else. But if you look him up, he was a famous music writer. I think they, what do they call him? Composer. Um, Scott Joplin. He's one of the first. Yep. He wouldn't be the, and he created that music all of his own. He created that style of music. The same way like people like Billie Holiday and some of the orchestra dudes like let me think of the big band leaders. Oh God. Oh my God. Heidi, 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 oh, what's my man's name? Cab Calloway, right? All of these dudes and these women, they would take the old music, like the blues, rhythm and blues, and the soul music, speed that shit up, add other instruments to it, and boom, create a new style of music. We had a thing called swing. It was like a fast type of jazz music. It was so many different bebop, all this different type of stuff. Like black women, we very musical. Y'all already, you know that. Y'all know that. Big Mama Thornton, there you go. She's the creator of rock and roll. Big Mama Thornton. She had made a song called Hound Dog. I think Elvis Presley. Yeah, you see what it was that he didn't actually copy it from her. The way it went was that the record companies back in those days, and this happened to every black artist, right? Even back to Ma Rainey and Bessie Smith. Do y'all know who Bessie Smith is? She's one of the first recorded blues singers before Billie Holiday. Bessie Smith. She, yeah, y'all gotta look at know all these women. But anyway, back then, what would happen is that, and even back to Bessie Smith, they was pressing records, right? The black people would create the music and make the record, and they couldn't really get no money off the record. But then the white people would come, make their white version of the same song, claim it as their own it when they, like, remember how they was doing on TikTok? The white women stealing the black women's dances and songs and shit and trying to act like it was theirs. They was doing that with the music that black people was creating in America. And because black people didn't have no rights like they do today, they couldn't do shit about it. And that's what happened to Big Mama Thornton, um, all the other women, all the other men, because Elvis Presley wrote, he did over her songs. He did over many black people who was big back then with him. And he wasn't the only one. Johnny Cash did it too. But I really like Johnny Cash. I don't know what the fuck it is about Johnny Cash, but I love me some Johnny Cash. He got this song called Ain't No Grave That Could Hold My Body Down. I love that motherfucking song, okay? I don't care who sings that song. I love that goddamn song. It just speaks to somebody with a determination that even death can't stop. I love that damn song. I really do. And I love Johnny Cash. I got a big ass shirt with Johnny Cash on it. I love Johnny Cash. Okay, let me see where am I at. Oh yeah, and there was a black country singer. Let me think of his name because he was a big time back with Johnny Cash. Charlie, what's his name? Charlie. Charlie. Oh my God. Charlie. Something. Damn, I'm using Siri, but I would ask Siri what. Y'all look that up. He was a famous black guy. He used to sing country music. Charlie Pride, that's his name. Charlie Pride. He used to be back there, and he was like one of the first black people to get notoriety for country music as a black person. Cause white people know the truth. They just want to act stupid. They know the truth. It's just like in that book when we read from that book. They want to play in that fantasy. That's all. What y'all say? Queen said. Uh, when I listen to certain black women artists like, oh shit, I messed up. Robin S. Her music speaks through my soul, or Roberta Flack. Who Robin S? Who's that? Maybe it's somebody I might want to hear. But Roberta Flack, yeah, I don't even know if she's still alive, but Roberta Flack was one of them. She was a school teacher, right? That was heavy into the church and used to sing in choir and sing choir. She's a choir teacher as well as I forget what other type of teacher she was in school. I had a teacher like that that made me the woman, partially helped me become the woman I am, right? I'll tell y'all about her in a minute. So she used to sing all her church songs and stuff in school. And you know how shit goes in life. Somebody knows somebody that know another somebody. And she got an opportunity to sing for a record producer, and that was it. She was a star was born. Um, she said, "Thank you for the conversation. Good night, all. Good night, Stacy. Be well. Have a good night." Show me love is my favorite from her. Yeah. Okay. So let me see what was I gonna say. Stacy kind of threw me off, but I hear you say she make dance, electronic type music. Not a problem. When I was younger, we used to have a thing called house music. They used to have a lot of that type of beat to it. And believe it or not, I used to belong in a band back when I was in high school. You know how some people do. And I used to sing and stuff. I don't even know what the hell those people did with that music. Um, Slims and Stacy, of course, sleep well, girl. Yeah, good night, Stace. Good night. Oh yes, let me tell you the story about Miss Chance, right? So the same thing like Roberta Flack, Miss Chance was my chorus teacher, right? And this little Jewish lady had style. She was one of those with the bling bling before the bling bling became the bling bling, all right? She used to wear these big studded out diamond earrings every day to work. This little Jewish lady, she had like the, what do you call it? Like the mushroom cut. She had the short right here across the bangs across the front. They would slide down to the bob, right? And she was one of those little Jewish women where they was bottom heavy, like their bottom is real big and their top is real small. This lady used to have. I'm gonna come to that in a minute, Queens. The designer nails and shit. When I was in the eighth grade, okay, she used to have studs in her nails back then, okay. This little Jewish lady. Um, she had the big wide frame glasses. She was before her time, okay? Everything people doing today, Miss Chance was doing that shit in like not what year was I in? That was in the what? The 70s or was it the 80s? Yeah. It was on, hold on. 83, 82, 81, 80, 79, 79, 1979, okay? Miss Chance was doing shit that you see the girls today with their nails. Okay? And she used to have them big studs in her ear. I remember them shining all the time. She always had diamonds on her neck. This woman had rings on every finger, like fucking Liberace. And She's come to school with full fucking fur length coats for to her ankle. She was only like 5'2", but still. She would come in with the coat to her neck, down to her fucking ankle. All you could see was her shoes and her coat. She was, how y'all say, the bitch back then. She was the woman, yo. And I used to look at her and be like, oh yeah, I want to be like Miss Shantz when I get older. And I damn sure was trying to mimic that lady too. I remember how that lady, oh my God, she used to ride around in a top down, drop top fucking Mercedes. I didn't even know what a Mercedes was back then, okay? I'm just, just thinking about this woman. This woman was doing the damn thing back then, okay? She was too much. He said, what's your thoughts on Beyonce and the rumors of her bleaching her skin and wearing blonde wigs? Okay, hold on. Because I think one interview, um, she had wished she was, oh, here we go with the Hispanic shit again. I think the Puerto Rican artist Cardi B said she was called, yeah, she did call black women roaches. Yeah, that bitch need to be canceled. That's just my opinion. I hate people like her who appropriate black women's culture and then get rich off of it because of black males self hate and hate of their own women, and then have these women from other places try to imitate who we are and make money off of our identity. I don't like shit like that. But as far as Beyonce goes, child, everything about that woman is fucking fake. From her hair to her nose to her lips to her ass to everything that she could have surgically done. I think maybe y'all should go back and watch those old videos like all the women, whatever, in that bootylicious and shit, and see her real fucking face because her nose is not the same no more. Her lips ain't. I think she might have had some filler work because you know she's like as old as me, if not older. Them motherfuckers is in their 50s, okay? I remember Beyonce when I was a little girl. We are definitely the same fucking age. Okay? Let me see what else. Her skin is definitely lighter because when she first came out, she was much darker. But you know, unfortunately, like Matrix was saying earlier today, that's part of show business, and that's white people's hatred for black people and anti-blackness. It's the same thing they used to do in slavery. The more acceptable you are, the whiter your skin, the more they could tolerate you. The darker your skin, the more they see you as the black person they don't want you to be. That's all it is. But the one thing I gotta say about this woman and every other that does the shit that white people want them to do, she makes the choice to do this shit. She doesn't have to do it. She don't gotta do none of that shit. Now, will she have the same amount of money and stardom and opportunities? Probably not. But the fact of the matter is, she chooses to do every fucking thing she's doing. To want to look white, to try to pretend like she's something she's not, she chooses to do it. Because the one thing I can't stand about them, and I don't know them personally, is the fact that I think she's really Haitian, okay? Because when they talk about her mother's a black woman. All that bullshit about her looking white, being white, them bitches is black, okay? Black, 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 period. You got to understand this about history. I think they're Haitian because her mother looks like a traditional Creole from Haiti, not Creole from Louisiana, because we don't do Creole based off of color, eye color, and hair texture. We don't do that shit. We do Creole based off of culture, language, and food, and your behavioral practices. Like, most people don't even really call themselves Creole in Louisiana because they don't speak French, right? Now, those of us that speak the French, right, the broken French, because it ain't real French, right? The Cajuns that speak it, and the ones like me, the Louisianans that speak like me, American Creole, we call ourselves Creole only because of the association to the foreign language. That's it. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't even be calling ourselves that shit either. We would just say like most people do from Louisiana. Oh, I'm just from Louisiana. But the reason we say Creole is because it's directly linked to the trickle down effect from the French people fucking up shit in Haiti, swapping us in and out with the Haitians from Haiti, and teaching us their fucking language that most of us refuse to learn and refuse to speak. They even had, in the history of Louisiana, they even had women that were put, black women that were put to death because they refused to speak the shit. That we have black women in my state, my foremother's state, have a very defiant history to the brainwashing of white folks, and I appreciate them for it. But I inherited the things that I know and do because of the people I was born to. That's it. Like with my grandmother could speak patois, populiste, American Creole, and a native language that I don't understand because that was people she was related to that walked through the Cheyenne, Wyoming Trail of Tears. Yep, and that's how it goes. I think she made a. There's no such thing as a Creole song. No such thing. Um, what did they say? So all my red bones. There's no, and stop calling them red bones. Red bones is not about colors. That's about being beat as a slave down to the redness of your bone. You know that when you break the skin, right? After you get past the flesh, there's the bone marrow, which is usually white on the outside, brown on the inside. But as you go deeper into the body, the bone turns red. That's what red bone is. Because when they would hit the slaves with the whip and crack through the skin and get to the skeleton of the body, that's what you would see. Red fucking bone. Because of the tissue, the muscle tissue attached to the bone. Do y'all understand where that comes from? That shit ain't got nothing to do with nobody's complexion. It has to do with your skeletal body being exposed to the outside because of the lashing of a whip. That is what red bone is. Remember that. All that other stupid shit they make up, like yellow bone and all, that's all stupid shit based off of what they mistakenly think red bone is. You don't, this is why you need to know your history. Red bone ain't got shit to do with no color. It has to do with getting whipped to the fucking exposure of your bones of your body by your back, from your back to your fucking rib cage or to your spinal cord, of which was a form of torture, because when they beat the slaves like that to expose the red bone, they died immediately from infection. All right, let me get back to what you said. So what? I'm gonna just read what you said. For all my red bones, get on the floor. Yellow bones on the floor. Brown bones. What? And mix it up. You call it. This is something that she said, because this is some ignorant, inaccurate shit. Is this from a song? I don't understand that. Oh, you did say that was in her lyrics. This is the, listen. Let me tell you something. That confirms that she's Haitian. Okay, because in their culture, right? There was a part in their culture before they won their independence, right? Where they had this huge anti Pan African movement where everybody wanted to be white, nobody wanted to be black or African. And so, because in their country, the slaves that were lighter with lighter eyes and straighter hair got more privileges than the darker and brown ones, they created this hierarchy of colors, right? Because of the white people. Thus came from that happening in Haiti, the split of the country of Hispaniola into Dominican Republic and Haiti, because it's the same fucking island, just two sides of the same island. So that's where that comes from. The closer to white, the better treatment you got in Haiti, which later became Haiti divided and becoming Haiti and Dominican Republic. This is where this comes from. And the different colonization from it being originally French and then the Spaniards coming is why one half of the island speaks Spanish and the other half speaks French. But the stuff that she's singing about in her lyrics is how they used to decide which group of slaves would be treated one way or the other, which was very different from the colorism that they had in America. Because in Louisiana, we have the history of a famous Haitian woman, voodoo woman. She wasn't no real voodoo woman. She just played with white people's heads to gain money. But she came from Haiti, and her name was Marie Laveau. So, with her, there were three generations of women with the same name. It was the great grandmother, the grandmother, no, the grandmother, how's it go? The grandmother, the mother, and the daughter, three generations. They were all named Marie Laveau. So most people didn't know because when one died, you still had one living. They were trying to say that the woman lived for the length of three lifespans when she didn't. So you had the stories like that. Then you had the actual like physical appearance of this woman. Like the original woman, the grandmother, she was a mulatto. Her daughter was she wasn't a mulatto, but she was like, I don't know how to explain it. Like one parent was a mulatto and the other parent was black. So I don't know what that makes her. And then the daughter, the granddaughter of the original Marie Laveau was the mulatto. How did that go? Because the granddaughter looked whiter than the grandmother. I don't know how that came out, but I don't know the parents because I don't remember the whole story and don't give a fuck. But you had the mulatto, then you had the mixed of the mulatto, and then somehow the grandmother looked whiter than all of them. So anyway, that was kind of like the beginning of that anti Pan African thing where everybody wanted to be white, and why I tell y'all, Haitian Creole is completely different from American Creole in Louisiana. It is not the same thing. And anybody that tells you it is a motherfucker. Because our Creole is based off of shit like gumbo, etouffee. These are things that we eat and that everybody in Louisiana knows. Okay? Y'all even know it. Everybody know gumbo. All right? This is our Creole. Our Creole ain't based off how we look because all of us look different ways and we know why that is. And the difference between the Haitian people and the Creole people in culture in Louisiana is that we hated being mixed with white people. And we still hate it to this day. But they liked it. And they worshiped that shit. Which is why they created the Creole based off the color hierarchy. And we did not. So that you guys need to know that, okay? Because there's a huge fucking difference. And then even the way I know that she's Haitian is because of her name. Like that name, there's no word for that in French. There's no such thing as Beyonce. But when you break up the prefix and the root, bay and once, it's two different words in French that have a meaning all on its own. So for her mother to put those two things together, right, is not part of my culture. It has to come from Haiti because we don't use any words like that in American Creole. We don't use it. So I know they're Haitian. They just refusing to admit it. Like, does anybody know where Tina's mother and father come from? I would like to know. I bet one of them is Haitian. And if not the mother and father, then her grandparents, somebody Haitian, French. But that shit ain't used in America. It's not. So let me see. She said she said it in her song Creole. She says a lot of things, but it don't apply to American Creole. I don't know what Creole she's talking about. The only other no, there's more than one Creole. There's Haitian Creole, the American Creole I come from. There's an African Creole too. I forget what the name of that. You gotta look this up. And it's another Creole that comes from Sierra Leone. So Creoles is their Creole is based off of race and mixing of people. Mine's is based off of language and foods and the real definition of culture, not how we look. So I don't know. I think she's Haitian, but they never gonna claim anything because they need her to be as ambiguous as possible to bring in all the money that she can. But she damn sure don't look like when she first started out. She looked totally different, like a brand new motherfucker. What you said there is a Muturian Creole. What is that made of? I don't know what that's made of. What is that and where's it from? Because I know Creole is just a name. It doesn't mean anything literally. It's just a name. It's just a title. It doesn't mean shit. But go ahead. Where's that from? She said stuff. Hey, yeah, man. Hey. Also, just so your life don't get taken down, please don't tell the black women that hate being black to just commit. Oh. I forgot about that. Thank you. Good looking out. Yeah, I just say that, right? Because I feel like that might trigger someone. But if they take it down, fuck it. Let them take it down. I don't give a fuck. Nobody comes to my channel anyway, except for the people that know of me. I don't get no rotation on. They shadow ban me. The black women age shame me. The stupid ones act like I'm not intelligent, so they stay away from me. And the ones close to my age and my age, they hate on me because I'm not the typical black woman of my age. Like, I don't look like I'm 60, almost 60 years old. So they just do all this hating and can't stand me because I'm not the stereotype that I'm supposed to be. And I really care about black women. I do a lot of stuff for black women in my personal life and real life. I don't just be coming on YouTube talking to get your money and to try to keep you over here so I feel special or like I'm the shit or something that I'm not in real life because I could trick you into making you think that about me on YouTube. Like, y'all really don't see me. You don't. Like, I have never asked y'all for money. I don't even encourage y'all to hit the like button. I don't do none of that shit because I'm like, listen, I'm here for the time I'm here. When I'm done with this shit, I'm done. I mean, I don't even know if I'll leave the videos up, but I'm just going to be gone because when I feel like I have nothing more to contribute, I will get the fuck out of here. I will not be like any of these other people on here for like 10. I'll be goddamn if I be on here 10 years for what? Making YouTube money? I'll be goddamn. Hell no. They make money off of all of our videos, whether they send us a check or not. Way more than we ever could imagine. I'd be goddamn if I would feed them motherfuckers. No, I won't. Because I know ain't nobody really listening to me. But maybe like 10, 20, maybe less than 100 black women. That's it. That's it. Everybody else, they either hate watch or come over here to talk shit. That's it. I know. Because you know how when I really realized that I was on here literally just talking to myself or wasting my time? Okay, good. I'm gonna look at that in a minute. Was when I talked about black femicide and trying to have the march, and there was no real big reception about that. Like, I don't even think anybody's gonna show up because when you talk about real shit that has to make people get up and do something, they don't want to do it. So that shows you really that they don't care. But if they could just talk on the mic and keep nonsense going, they all for it all day long. But when you got to get up out your house and go somewhere and do something for other people and represent yourself, none of them fucking content creators want to do shit like that. And that's why I have no respect for any of them because I think about they was popping all that shit with Rosa, but then none of them showed up to the fucking march except for me, spiritual whistleblower, um hit the reset, that content creator, the three women from Toronto, the Caribbean women from Toronto. Who else was there? That's it from YouTube. That was it. That was it. We were the only ones there, and everybody else was popping shit, always talking about what they care about women, and nobody showed the fuck up, and nobody will show the fuck up because they all full of shit. And that's really what it is. Like, they're all scary motherfuckers, and I'm telling y'all, don't be scared. and people just want to be afraid. So I can't stop you. Only thing I have to do is eventually go know when it's time for me to bow out and get the fuck out. That's it. That's all I can do. All right. So she said there's a Mutarian Creole. That's messed up. Yeah, it is. Right. There is a Mutarian Creole. It's a form of French spoken in. I don't even know where this place is. Meridius. Where the fuck is that? There's a lot of them because I know it's one in Sierra Leone. I know that definitely because I read it and I couldn't believe it myself. And there's a few because wherever French is spoken, there's going to be some kind of Creole because of the French people. They go around doing this shit to people. They colonize people and they put that Creole bullshit in your head to divide and conquer. So I know it's more than just the ones I know. I know it is because I know how those people get down. So she said, "It's it's sad because I want to go, but I feel like my parents and especially my mother who believes in God will just make me pray about it or tell me to stay away from false information." Go where? Where you trying to go? What you talking about, Queens? Where you trying to go? What you talking about? I'm waiting for you to type, man. Let me know. What you talking about? You leaving me on stuck over here. I don't know what's going on. But sorry, y'all. It's getting late. I still got jet lag from them damn airplanes. It's in East Africa. Yeah, I believe it. Do you know that the French colonized 3/4 of Africa? They call it the French Horn. They took. Let me tell you, the French took over Africa like it was nobody's business. Almost every fucking where you go in Africa, they speak French. There's only one place that speaks Spanish, and I think it's called Equatorial New Guinea. That's is only one place out of all the countries. One place speaks Spanish. Everybody else speak French, Arabic, and native languages. So I was saying one day to a friend of mine because we was talking about that. A friend of mine from Africa, and I was saying to her, I said, "Yeah, I think I might have to try to learn Arabic." And she was like, "Why?" I said, "Because most French people from Africa or Europe or even Asia, they speak French in a form of Arabic." I was like, wow. And she was like, "Yeah, that's true." And even like with my own Turkish relatives, they speak they speak a little bit of Urdu. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but it's like an old Asian language that a lot of Indian people speak. And there's another old one called Sanskrit, and one of what my grandchildren's grandfather used to speak that, but he passed away, right, of cancer. But he could speak that too, and a lot of people speak that in the world as well, because that's a real old language, and again has a lot of Arabic in that too. But Sanskrit. But anyway, it's just interesting. Urdu is spoken. Yeah, it is, and it's spoken in India too. Some parts of India. But yeah, and Turkish people could speak that as well. Some of them. Because you got to remember, like, Turkish people are Eurasian. Like, their history is Asian. Even though they want to be white and shit like that, and you can't tell John, the one that's related to me, that he ain't white. But white people tell him that shit all the time. They like, no, you're not white like us. You are Turkish. We are white. They tell him that, but he still don't want to hear it. But anyway, yeah, his father had a lot of Russian in him, but he spoke a lot of different languages. And I was like, he might have Russian in him, but he sure got a lot of Asian in him too, because he's speaking Sanskrit. He can also speak Urdu and all this other stuff. I'm like, yeah, okay. Not many Russian people I ever seen speak Sanskrit. Sorry, no, they don't. So, but anyway, she said it's in Central Africa. I mean, Africa is Africa. Only white people cut it up and talk about North, East, South, Central. Africa is Africa. African people don't think about it like that. The only thing they talk about is North Africa, because that's where the so-called Arabs live, and Arabs are not really Arabs. Those are descendants of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, so they usually live up in those areas, and history tells you why. Because when they came from Europe, that is where they settled, and that is where they are today. You understand? Like, history tells you a lot about people. They're not really African. Arabs are not really African. They're not from Africa. They are from Europe. And they came down into Africa, invaded and conquered, and stayed there. They have many names in history. Arab is only one of them. But they're not originally from Africa. Just know that. And also, did you know that a lot of the Arabic countries were colonized by France too? Did you know that? France is a motherfucker, boy. It's fucking this world up. Okay? Yes, indeed. Y'all should watch that movie. It's on the Netflix, I think it is, or Apple TV. It's called Napoleon. That shit got so much history in it, it'll make your head spin. It'll show you how fucking treacherous the French are. It really will. Alright, dude, spoken in Pakistan, yeah. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's a lot of shit. Like, remember we was talking about earlier how America hides the true history of the world because they don't want people to know the truth about everything? Because so many things in history overlap with each other. So that if you started connecting the pieces, you would see a bigger picture and be like, yo, they lied to me about all this shit. That's what they do. Because they have to lie to convince you that you're not as significant as you are so that they can control you and keep you in this fucked up mind state where you don't want nothing, don't care about anything, and you don't care about yourself, which is the state of black people right now. Like, we are a fucking magnificent people. We just forgot who the fuck we are. Like, we really have, we've fallen so low in the world from where we were. It is a shame. Even in America, I'm not talking about in the past, I'm talking about right now. When I think about, like, when I hear the stories of my own family from relatives from the 1700s, the beginning of the 1800s, all the way up to the 1900s, you're talking about black people that could play music by ear, speak more than one language, taught themselves how to read, taught themselves how to do math, taught themselves everything just by studying and watching other people and repeating it and getting better and better. Owning shit, creating shit, inventing shit, building shit. What are we doing now? Crackheads, drug addicts, alcoholics, these fucking black males killing black women, molesting little girls, human trafficking us, all this crazy shit. This is how far we fell off. From a people who had literally nothing. Build them back themselves back up to something powerful. Do you know that not even 10 years after all the black people got out of slavery, they had over $1 million collectively that they put into the freedman's bank that the white people stole and created Wall Street in New York City. Did you know that? We were an amazing people. I don't know what the fuck happened to us, but we need to get our mojo back because we are fucking up in this world. I'll tell you that right now. Now I'm wondering if America goes downhill and the system fails, then what do you think will happen? Well, for the black people that been around before computers and shit, people like me and older than me, we gonna be just fine because we could live in this world without telephones, without cell phones, without modern television, because we lived like that before. Like, I remember being a little girl having a black and white TV in my room, and it was like only 4 channels I could watch on the weekends. I couldn't even watch TV during the week. Then on top of that, I never called nobody's house and found out what they was doing or what time to meet up. I got on my damn bicycle and rode over to their house, or I walked around the corner to see if they was home. And that's how we communicated with each other. We went and showed up. Hey, what you doing? You want to come outside and play? Or I see their mother in the grocery store. Miss Romney, can I come over later and hang out with Tamika? Is that okay? Or can Tamika come to my house at 5 o'clock? That's how we communicated. We don't do that. We didn't. Child, I would be just fine, okay? Just fine. I know how to be content with a fucking radio and a crossword puzzle or a real puzzle because that's how many a days I had to entertain myself as a child. Read books, read classics, read all types of shit, sing, put on plays with my siblings. We know all about that. Y'all be the ones who have problems because y'all got video games and you play computers all day and don't know how what to do with yourself if you don't got a computer. Y'all be in trouble, not me. I'll be good. I'll just go back to my childhood. It's sad because I was listening to a song called Martin Luther King. Right, the song itself was terrible. Well, that don't be listening to stuff like that if it's making you sad. That's stupid because they just singing about shit because they weak minded. Do you think you could play the song? Like, do you have a blue? What song? I don't have a song. I don't have no song. And I'm not playing no sad song about I don't want to hear about Martin Luther King. You know, I don't particularly like him, right? Do you know, even though he had Coretta, that man was still out there fucking white women, just like every other black dude? Please, he's just the same. It's called. I'm not playing that. I'm not playing. No, 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 Queens, no. No, I don't really do a lot of rap music. And I'm not playing that, especially about no damn Martin Luther King. No. Yes, he was. I think that. What you say? Yes, he was. I think that he. That was. Yeah, I agree. I think that was his dream too. To be. You gotta remember, all those black dudes back in those days like that, including Malcolm until Malcolm changed. They was all worshiping white people because the society they lived in made them feel like trash because they was black and treated them horribly, beat them, put them in jail, killed them, acted like they didn't deserve to live because they was black. That's how they treated them. Like, think about this. My grandmother had a lot of kids, 13 in total, right? Some of them died in childbirth. Listen, three of my grandmother's children were hooked on heroin because life as a black person was that rough. And if you want to understand what I'm saying, read this book called Man Child in the Promised Land. That'll give you an example of how hopeless and helpless black people was feeling like in the 40s, the 50s and the 60s. They was really feeling like America had nothing for them but gloom, doom and death. And so they used drugs as an escape from racism, constant brutality of racism, worse than you think it ever could be today. Worse. Hold on, let me see what I think it was Queen said something again. Yeah, it was Queen. She said, well, it goes like Martin Luther King and that N word had a dream. If you know what I mean. The lyrics itself gave me, girl, get out of here with that. I don't want to hear that. Why you listening to rap music anyway? Listen to something else. Listen to women sing nice R&B, nice jazz, nice classical music. Yeah, that's what I listen to women. I don't really listen to men. I don't give a goddamn what men doing, where they at. I don't give a fuck. Everything in my world is women. Like when I want to hear beautiful music, I listen to like Lettucey or Jill Scott or some of the older women that have passed away that have beautiful voices like Carmen McRae. Um, what's the other lady? Carmen McRae. All types of jazz people. Billie Holiday, Phyllis Hyman, Angela Bofield. What's the name? What's the name from back in the days? Oh my goodness, Sarah Vaughan. So many black women singers. I have like a whole computer full of them. I just can't bring them to the top of my head right now. But I sit here and sing that shit all day. Even like Whitney Houston. I like Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey. A lot of people with nice voices. I just like to hear the melody of it. Erica Badu. I like Erica. I like a lot of women. I like a lot of women that sing a whole album and make me feel good. I like that. And then I like people like Meg Thee Stallion. Because when I work out and I go fight, I put that shit in my ear and get all pumped up and be in there going off, boy. Mm-mm. I like her. And she get that real crazy talking going. I'm like, yeah. I like Megan. I like Megan a lot. And I think she is a beautiful black woman. Indeed. I'm not talking about body. Her body is nice too, but I've seen black women with bigger, better bodies. But I think her face is gorgeous. I think that when she wears like her hair out and it's curly and she don't have on a lot of makeup, I think that is the most beautiful she is ever. Like that woman is really beautiful. Her face is beautiful. Her skin is great. I just like that about her. Miss Queen says, I feel like the black community treated Whitney terribly when she got. Yeah, yeah, they did, and they was mean. They were just assholes. Fucking that. Wendy Williams was the reason for that. I'm gonna tell you right now. She was always fucking with Whitney Houston. But listen, Whitney was the woman. Not many women could sing like that woman, and I miss her dearly. I miss her because she has a Christmas album that I play every year. I play her and Mariah. I play Whitney first, then I play Mariah, and then lastly I play my favorite man, Nat King Cole, and then sometimes I play Bing Crosby. But and definitely I thought about my girl Eartha Kitt, my Santa baby. But I play those records and albums because it reminds me of my childhood and all the family members that have transitioned already. It just makes me happy. It takes me to an emotional place that releases incredible amounts of endorphins that just make me feel so good. So I listen to that music all the time. But you know, music is a mood changer, women. For those of you that are ever feeling a slight bit of depression or a slight bit of like unhappiness or sorrow, just put on some music to change your mood, change your mind, change your soul. You'd be surprised. Like days when I get up and I don't have the energy I need to complete the day, I will put on some really fiery music and listen to that shit. So I start getting pumped up and then I start tackling the day. Like, don't get me started. When I really got hard work to do, I will put some fucking Vibes Cartel on and lose my goddamn mind. You should have seen me the other day. I had to like clean up the closet, like the spring shit, clean out the closet, clean up the living room, do the other closet. Man, I put that music on blasting in this house. I was pulling them fucking clothes out that closet, throwing them in the bins, putting the ones I didn't want in the plastic bag to throw them out. I was doing everything, moving and grooving to Vibes Cartel. I was like, yep. He has this song that I really like because it's really defiant. It's like they don't care about us, so we don't give a fuck about them. Yo, I love that shit. Love it. I used to play that shit at work with my supervisors to get on my nerves years ago. I stopped doing that now. I had to mature a little bit. But I love that fucking song. They don't give a fuck about us. And we don't give a fuck about them. I love that shit. I do. I love Defiant songs. They're just so great. Like yeah. Like Meg, she has this song, right? What's the name of that song? I think it's Ride or Die or something, but um yeah, I think it's Ride or Die. But she's like talking about people hating on her. She's like it's no, sorry, it's called What's New, right? So she's singing about people gossiping about her or whatever. And she's like, oh, is that what they're doing? I'm paraphrasing. She's like, is that what they're doing? Okay, what's new, right? So as she's singing, she's singing about other things that rhyme with it. And it's like, I love that song. It's a part in there where she's like, yeah, he did something, Sue Woo. And then she says, fuck you. It's really cute. It's really cute. It's really cute. It's cute. I like the Defiant songs. I love it. I love it. Bring out the rebel in everybody. Yes, the Maverick. You have to. But yeah, man. Wait, let me see. I'm missing. I'm over here laughing and giggling and chatting it up. I'm missing my comments. Hold on, I'm coming. Who said something? Fly said something now. She said, "Do you like the song? Do you like the song? Heard it all before the sunshine." Yes, I do. How do you know that song? That's you ain't that old girl. Sunshine. You know who else was bad too? Even though she got a big ass mouth and be talking about everybody. Jaguar Wright. That woman could sing her ass off. Have you heard her song? Yeah, she could sing. Oh goddamn, she could sing. Back in the days, Jaguar Wright. It was Sunshine Anderson, Jaguar Wright, and who else? Blue Cantrell, and was one more. That other one, oh god, used to be Maxwell's girlfriend. What's her name? I forget her name right now. It'll come to me. But it was a couple of them that was singing around the same time. A lot of the same type of music, but very relatable and with message. Cause even in this song with Sunshine Anderson, she's singing to this dude, like writing a dear John letter. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but back in the days, like in the 70s and the 80s, women, when they wanted to leave their boyfriends anonymously and like give them a bit of closure, they would leave them Dear John letters. Like they would write, Dear John, I am leaving this relationship because of whatever, 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 right? And it kind of like gives the guy a little bit of relief from reacting crazy to the situation. And that was something they really used to do. So, this woman, Sunshine Anderson, she didn't write her Dear John letter. She sang that shit. Because after she wrote to the dude, like, yeah, I heard it all before. Yeah, right. She, in the video, I don't know if y'all know the video, she left at the end. She packed her shit and left. And I'm like, yeah, that's what she was supposed to do. Because this dude was like cheating when she was at work, driving people in her car, sleeping with them in her bed, man. I've been fit to be tied. Even though that has happened to me in real life, my first husband, that shit was crazy. I'm young. I got like 2 kids. I end up having more for this dude. But let me tell you, this is why you don't do stupid shit when you're young, right? You listen to the older women, right? I'm with this dude. We haven't even been married like 6 years. Wait a minute, let me get this video. Hold on, let me see. I'm coming. I'm coming. Anyway, me and him start going through a couple of hard times. I come home one day from work. This nigga's in the room fucking some woman. I walk in the room. I said, "Oh shit! Don't stop on my account." I left out. I went right back in the living room, packed my daughter back up, put my son back on my back, got in my car, went to my aunt's house, and stayed there. And here this motherfucker come. Oh, I'm so sorry. All this bullshit. I'm like, you ain't look like you was sorry to me. You look like you enjoyed that shit. You need to go back. I'm good. Mm-mm. Don't worry. It only took like one more kid, and then I was out of there. Don't worry. But I still shouldn't have did that. But that's why when you don't listen to older people, because my mother told me, she said, what? Pack your shit and get the fuck out of there for good. I ain't listened to my mother. I went back over there and dealt with that shit some more. And then ended up with another baby. And this nigga tried to get strong on me. And then that was the last straw. So I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. My mother like, you sure? I said, absolutely, ma, absolutely. For certain. That's a Shreveport shit. Are you really sure? Yes, for certain, for certain. God damn it, for certain. This is stupid slang shit we do. For certain. For certain. Wait, say what? Wait, there was this dark skinned model I had saw on an Instagram video. She was modeling. She was so gorgeous, and the comments were full of people calling her the devil. Man, who cares? People are fucking ignorant. Her as a man, it was about. No, I have not heard of that Romeo and Juliet system. I don't know. If it's a movie, I don't know. I don't know. I don't haven't heard of that. No, I have not. The only thing that I've seen lately that pissed me off to no extent was this stupid fucking movie on pay-per-view on my cable called what's that shit called? Something of the Magical Negro, where black people go out of their way to coon and make white people feel comfortable with the presence of black people. And then this black dude that they induct into the league, right? He falls in love with this white woman, and he comes up with the brilliant idea that maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And I'm like, they actually made a movie about this bullshit. It was last night. I was bored. I had to find something to do, right? Because I had came back, needed to sleep, couldn't really sleep, and so I found movies. And that movie, I was not watching that bullshit. Said people were upset that the lead of Juliet was a black woman and not a white woman. People were saying that if she was a black woman with smaller features like Halle Berry, then they would watch it. Okay. Juliet has been played by. Oh, you talking about the real play must be turned into a movie or something? This is typical shit. Don't worry about shit like that. This is white people showing their anti-blackness and other people showing theirs, and it's just fucking ignorant. This is what dumbass motherfucking people do. This is just what they fucking do. Now, the real Romeo and Juliet, I remember from reading it in high school. Juliet Montague and Romeo Capulet. Okay? Um, this shit was a fucking dumbass teenage tragedy. Like, this shit was dumb. It was stuff that kids do. You got to remember, Romeo and Juliet were like fucking 13. They didn't have no goddamn sense. These are not grown people. These are fucking children playing at being grown. What did they know? Their families hated each other, killed each other on sight. Come on. This was a stupid fucking situation, but it was real life. Like, people actually get down like that and they do dumb shit. What do you want? But them making. Listen, this happens all the time because you got to remember the world you live in. White supremacy is always to make everybody non white feel like they ain't shit. So, this is why people react this way. Okay? Now, in addition to this, I don't know how many of you guys have Apple TV, right? But you know the black lady from Queen and Slim, Jody somebody? She played in a remake of what was it, Anne Boleyn? I think it was Anne Boleyn, right? Now, historically, Anne Boleyn is a white woman. She is the sister to Henry VIII's wife. What was her sister's name? God damn it. The one who cut Catherine. It cut her head off, right? He killed Anne the same fucking way. He killed all of them the same way. Even the bitch he got after Anne Boleyn, which was what was that other bitch's name? She was some what the hell was her name? My mind is not working right now. Sorry, y'all got to read the story. But anyway, he killed all his women by beheading them. Okay, he would accuse them of adultery and kill them. And he was a fat fucking slob of a nasty looking white man. So, but anyway, they made this remake of Anne Boleyn with Anne Boleyn being a black woman. And everybody that saw that movie lost their fucking minds on Apple TV. They were talking about how it was historically incorrect, da, 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 da. But here's the thing. It is a work of art somebody put together. So if the writer says the woman could be any woman, what is the problem? Just let the woman be any woman. We all know the real Anne Boleyn, who she was and what she suffered in real life. Stop it. You know? And then they did the same thing with, speaking of Shakespeare, They did the same thing with uh the one with the black man with the white woman, Desdemona Othello. They did the same thing with him. When I saw a current remake of Othello, they switched everything up. They made the black woman, the white woman black. It was weird. It was weird. And what did it was Othello black? Yeah, he was. But Desdemona was like a mulatto or half breed or some shit like that. She wasn't a whole white woman. They made her something else. So who cares? We all know the real version of Desdemona and Othello. We know. But Shakespeare, to me, personally, my favorite Shakespeare play is The Taming of the Shrew. All women need to read this book. The Taming of the Shrew is the best, okay? It is a woman in her time that refused to be treated like she was a fucking piece of property. No one could tame her. No one could handle her. No one could humble her or make her submit. She was not going for that shit. And I love that shit. I love that shit. When I read that shit, it tickled me every day in class. I would laugh about all the crazy shit she would do in that book. I was like, she's a spitfire. That's what I told my teacher. My teacher said she very much is. I love that woman. And when they made a movie about it later on with Elizabeth Taylor. But let me tell you something. When I first read that, I was like, I love this story. And you know what else I like too? I like the story of what's Lystrata. It's a Greek mythology about men versus women, and the women winning the war because they withheld sex. Lystrata was good too. I like Lystrata. All right. People were even making jokes of like it was not okay for how they, like I told you, they always do that. This is about white racism, nothing more, nothing less. They give it too much. Don't even give it that much importance. The only thing I think black people should do is push back the same way when the white people act stupid like that, or other people, you just push back and let them know this is a work of art. It's fiction, or however this writer decided to put it together. So the last thing you should do is be worrying about the characters, because in some cases, the same way they was getting upset about Little Mermaid, that shit is not real. What the fuck are you getting upset about? These people are crazy. Non-blacks and blacks trying to compare why race swapping is wrong. In my opinion, race swapping, it don't matter as long as the story goes on. We know how the original story goes. If you want the original story, it's right there in the book. You can go read it. Leave these people to their interpretation of the story. Sometimes it makes it better. Never know. Like, let me see. Can I think of any examples of that where it got better? Not right now at the top of my head, but I like the Anne Boleyn from Apple TV where they made her black. I thought it was interesting. Because honestly, I felt really bad for Catherine and Anne Boleyn and all those women that man cut the head off of, because they didn't deserve it. They was just trying to survive like women had to back in those days. But I'll tell you one thing that her sister was about to do that I would have never done. She was trying to get pregnant by her brother just so that she could have a child to please her husband. Now that is a line I would never cross. I am not sleeping with my brother to give my husband no kid. But she was trying to do that. She really was. She was trying to do it to keep from getting killed, and she got killed anyway. Exactly. People get mad over things that don't matter that much. Don't feel bad for those women. They know what they in for when they work in Hollywood. They can handle it. Don't worry about it. That Jodie lady, she's a good actress. I've seen her on many movies. Like, I watch a lot of movies about documentaries, and different things like that. And she played in another movie with this actor about being a news reporter to break a story that everybody was trying to cover up about some money embezzlement. It was a really good movie. I just don't remember the name right now. She did a really good job in it. I didn't know she was that great of an actress, but that's how it is, y'all. And like you said, people get upset about stuff that's not important. Like case in point, let's come back to our lives content, right? People get upset over black women trying to regain, they take control of their own image instead of us being seen as all of these ridiculous stereotypes that are not who we are based off of us celebrating ourselves. Now, I thought about this today, right? Because I was listening to like I said, Matrix is live, right? And I listen to her a lot. And she doesn't even know I do it, but I try to help her out when she has her lives, right? Because, like, sometimes when them dudes are really fucking with her and I'm listening to her live and I hear her trying to do her live, but they're interrupting her, if I'm by my keyboard, I will delete them motherfuckers for her. I know she doesn't know it's me doing it. But like today when they were bothering her, when I was listening to her outside because I was outside at the store and I was really digging what she was saying, a lot of it, until she started talking about the old people. Now I got offended. But outside of that, they was fucking with her. They was trying to interrupt her train of, and I turned on the computer. I started deleting all those motherfuckers, blocking all of them that was talking shit to her. Cause I'm like, she's out here trying to give young black women a message that they need to receive because it's important for them and it's important to their safety. Because if they understand that being in relationships and being alone in households with these dudes is deadly for them and their children, they will stop doing that. So, yeah, man, all this type of stuff, people get upset about things because they don't want change, right? The reason they get upset about these things you talking about in the comments, Queens, is because they don't want black women to be respected and accepted like white women and others. They like us as the underdog and they like being comfortable with us being the underdog. Same way when like I was saying, when Matrix is doing this video trying to uplift young black women into being different people. People outside don't like that. That's why she had so many trolls. Because if you stop the black women from allowing people to use them, who else they gonna try to use, right? This is the whole thing. That's the whole reason why they don't like that, because it invokes change. It makes people change. And then the other thing she talked about that I don't agree with, but she mentioned it, was the twerking thing, right? Because I thought about this when I was also watching YouTube, right? Because me as a younger woman, I used to like a lot of African stuff, so I started learning to belly dance, right? So I learned a form of belly dancing, and then I started looking at the Tahiti women and how they move and dance, right? And so I was saying to myself, it's funny how many other women with different cultures can have gyration of the body and the behind. But as soon as black women do it, because they got more ass than all other women, all of a sudden now the movements of their backside and their body is vile, is vulgar, is this, that, and the other. And it's also because it's associated with slavery and us being the Hottentot and sweet thing and all the rest of that, right? But if you ever see those Tahiti women, them women move their ass so fast in a circle, it's crazy. Okay? They be shaking their ass all over the place. So whenever people are talking about black women twerking, I always think about them and the belly dancers and some of the other women from other countries that dance and move their behinds around. Shit, black women ain't doing nothing compared to them. Cause them Tahiti women, oh my God, they would be shaking their ass around. Their ass be moving real fast and their legs moving slow. They got that ass shaking thing on lock, okay? Type it in. Tahiti. Tahiti. Watch how they dance. Okay? They whole body be still except for their ass like do 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 mad fast like that. So Don't bother black women when they twerking, okay? Unless you're gonna come from for the Tahiti people, the Tahiti women, all the belly dancers of the world. Don't do it. I don't want to hear no more of that shit. Cause believe me, them women be going off, okay? Ass shaking everywhere. He said, "Do you feel like black women?" Of course they should. They should start businesses. They should first mostly take care of each other, okay? It's very simple. If black women take care of each other, our children get better because they have more support. They'll be financially stable more so than one parent or one person struggling to take care of them. Outside of that, black women, when they like each other and they live with each other and they take care of their kids together, they usually work it out to a system where everybody's getting what they need and everybody's happy. So, yes, of course, the extension of that would be they should own businesses together. They should end up making money together. They should help one another. They should support one another, provide whatever the other person needs to be successful. That's my actual opinion of all that. And sometimes I try to do that with y'all by providing y'all information because I don't know y'all personally. So I can't come over to your house or call you on the phone and go, hey, look, come here. Let me show you what I got. Or look what I found out about today. So I do it the best way I can by putting it up on the community page or doing a video about certain things that I know would be beneficial to you. So yeah, I believe in black women unity and solidarity 100%. I'm just waiting for black women to start believing in it. I just hope y'all don't make me wait too goddamn long. That's all I'm saying. All right. I'm going to have to go soon, y'all, because it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm over here about to pass out on the live, okay? Um, yes, that is the situation. But Fly, thank you very much for all your comments, keeping me engaged tonight. I think you and me are the only ones left. Wait, man, I'm coming. Hold on, let me scroll down. He said, no, Queens is still here. She said a YouTube channel called She Peace. Yeah, I know She Peacefully Glows. That's another channel of noirs. Don't be fooled. Um, she was talking that bullshit when I was saying earlier. Oh, and man is still here too. All right. That's my girl. Her and Kiana, I love those two. Sorry, everybody else. But let me see. She was talking that craziness that made me upset, turn her shit off. When she was talking about young black women and all the things they shouldn't be doing, which was a bunch of stupidity, but she young. So that's what you're gonna get from her. But well, I kind of started to no, you should listen. I'm never telling you not to like nobody's channel. I just call out bullshit when I see it. I believe all black women should be supported, but I don't think y'all should be following them blindly the way y'all be fucking following Princella. What I'm saying is she's perfectly fine for her own age bracket, right? Because she only knows what she knows. But me, I'm a little bit older than her. So when I know when she's telling black women not to vote and all that other shit, she's doing them a disservice because you have to speak up for things that concern you. Now, you don't have no control over other people granting you what you ask for, but you are certainly supposed to ask for it and even try to work towards it. You have to speak up for yourself. So, with her trying to tell young black women from time to time, like, to just avoid things and stay out of it, that is not good advice. That's a coward. And cowards, they get abused in this life. So don't be a coward. Be be brave and be a contender. Be part of the fight. Win the fucking fight. That's how I feel. She said, true. I had saw her video on Black Women. Yeah, she's being stupid. Like, because it's gonna hurt you young women the most. Like, I'm an old lady. I'm almost 60. Right? So nobody gives a fuck about me in society as far as like trying to control me because they know because of my age, I'm gonna give them hell. I'm not going for nothing. Number two, even if I can have children, who the fuck wants to have kids at 60? There are many women 60 that have kids, but I ain't gonna try to be one of them. Shit, I didn't want to be a mother a few years ago when I got that way. Why the fuck would I want to do that now? But anyway, the fact of the matter is, she gives bad advice, but it's part of life. I give bad advice too because nobody is perfect. But the fact of the matter is, you never tell people that live in a society where laws and shit made and put in place can hurt them not to vote. That is very stupid. It is. It's just dumb because the shit is going to affect you anyway. So don't you think you should try to have some say in the matter? I do. Because if enough of you take a say in the matter, you're going to get your way. Because I keep telling y'all, y'all fall for another big scam that whites want to make you believe. They are not the majority in this country. Never have been and never will. They have always been the majority. They're just the majority, the minority in control. They're not the majority. There are more black people than them. And if all the black women who outnumber black males would vote for Democrats and get back our Roe versus Wade and work on getting back our diversity, we would be in a better position in this country. But people like to give up, and you can't give up. MM, MM, hell no. I have my kids already. Shop is closed. I do know how you feel. Let me tell you, MM, sometimes my grandchildren come over here, I'll be like, oh God. But you can't do that. You know what I mean? You gotta be like, oh hi. Hi everybody. But I really feel like sometimes like, oh come on, y'all, not today. I want to be by myself. People don't want to hear that shit. Queen said, I think someone in her comments said something about you. Like how she kind of likes your content, but she hates that it isn't Gen Z centered and it's because I'm a black woman. I would be a fool to come on here and only talk to black women that are in the age range from 50 to 60 because it's only a small number of us. The same way I would be a fool to come on here and only talk to women in their 20s because it's only a small number of you. But if I put all the groups together, that's more of a way to get your message across to people who will influence and impact each other. Like, this is why I told you they gotta stop letting white people fuck with their head with this Gen Z shit and all these different categories to divide people and separate us from each other because we all fighting the same fight in life, whether we 94 or 24. As long as you black and you're a woman, we all fighting the same fucking fight to have a decent life, some goddamn respect, and fairness in society. If I call the police, somebody done bust me upside the head, I want the cops to beat that ass and get that person. The same way they would do if it was a white woman. I want the same shit. Bill says, so you was kind of confused? No, nothing to be confused because, like, she's just being young, man. It's young. It's all it is. Like, I was 22 at one time. Believe it or not, I wasn't born 50 something. Like, you think you on top of the world. You think you invincible. You think you're gonna be that bullshit 10 years or 20 something forever when that shit is the fastest period of your life that flies by. That's why I keep telling y'all, honor and respect your 20s. Cause them shits is gonna be gone before you know it. And you're gonna be older on this earth a lot longer than you are young. So don't fuck up your youth. Use it as the blueprint for the rest of your life. Get your education. Be on the pathway to make all the money you can so that when you get my age, you can chill and have all that shit and Matrix was complaining about that she don't have or that they don't have on the whole, whatever she been saying. But you don't have to worry about not having it because you will have it. You will. Believe me. And it's easy to do. Like even me with all that complaining about how hard I work, I could kiss myself for working that hard because now I don't have to worry about a lot of shit a lot of people I know be worrying about. I don't have to. I don't have to worry about that shit. I invest, I save, I grow my money, I make money. I'm not rich, but I ain't poor and I ain't hurt neither. You know what I'm saying? So it's the fucking shit is worth it, y'all. It is. And if you work harder than me and you actually find a business and it does well for you, kudos to fucking you. I'll be your first customer. Okay? But also, if you like get involved with something and that starts making you money, or you start working somewhere and you make more money than you ever did before, that is what the fuck you supposed to do. And that's what I'm trying to encourage y'all to do. I mean it. Like, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all about my daughter-in-law. She's not married to my son no more, but let me tell you. That's my little grandson Zion's mother. Let me tell y'all about her real quick. Wait, hold on. As a young woman, back when I don't mind her contact because I love her energy, the vibe. I do get caution of who I give my time with. Either she talks about black women only have to, I don't know. Ask her why she feels that way. Why black women only have till 2026 to get themselves together. Find out. Because she might be referencing the two, don't forget now, she might be referencing the 2030 and the 2050, where by 2030, 50% of black people are supposed to be unemployed. And by 2050, they want all of us destitute. So that could be what she's talking about. So ask her. She'll tell you. She might be talking about that. And if she is, listen to her about that because that's important. All right, so listen to the story now, right? So my little grandson's mommy is like 28 and she is a reserves, right? She is the mortuary reserves where, you know, like when what do you call it? Okay, I'm good. I'm glad she is talking about that. Listen to her then cuz that's important. So when the soldiers die and stuff, she's the team that comes, does the autopsy, takes care of the body, prepares them to go back home to their people. All right. So now when she's not in the military doing her thing, you know what she does outside of that? She is now like a consultant and one of the people that works for harvesting the organs for people that are looking for transplants and who want to donate their organs for transplants. She makes a lot of money, okay? And believe me, she makes money like that because, not that because she got a whole bunch of degrees and shit. She's still in medical school, but the thing is, when she was undetermined about what she wanted to do with her life, she said, you know what? I'm just working random jobs. Let me join the military, but let me join the reserves, which is only a 6-year contract, right? So in that time, she completed that contract and now she's a sergeant making more money. But the point of it that I'm trying to tell you is she gets that's an extra income to whatever job you're working, right? In addition to that, you get all types of benefits from the military and you get an extra pension when you retire. So when I'm telling you guys these things, I don't tell you these things like to intimidate you or make you do shit that you think is scary or dangerous. I do it because of the financial um benefit, y'all. This is what I'm telling y'all about. I always try to tell y'all about the stuff that I see working for other people. Like I was just talking to her today and she was telling me how she kind of tired because she's going to school, the baby, and working and everything. And I said, yeah, that's life. I did the same shit. You good? You got me. You got your mama. You got everybody else. When you need a break, all you got to do is holler. But listen, I didn't have nobody helping me. My grandmother told me straight to my face, I told you not to have kids, get pregnant. I told you not to marry that dude or get with that dude in any way. You did not listen to me. I'm not helping you. I told you shit was going to be hard. You didn't listen. Now you going to deal with that shit till you find a way to handle it. All right, I cried, I bitched, I screamed. I told y'all this story before. And guess what? I found those domestic agencies and I did just what she told me. I found a way to handle that shit. I paid for people to do what my grandmother would not do for free. And I didn't even give a shit about it no more. And when she saw me, After I was finished being mad with her and decided to start talking to her again, I went back to the house. She being a fucking comedian talking about, let me see if you pregnant again. I'm like, ah ha ha ha, you're really funny, you know? And I told her, no, I got babysitters. So now I don't need help. I'm good. I got it all on my own. She said, is your grandmother still alive? No, she died. I miss her dearly. Both my grandparents are dead and my daddy. I'm all alone. All I have is my mother, and my mother's not really a mother, if you know what I mean. Like, my mom was a junkie, alcoholic, really crazy black woman who had a lot of issues in life, and she let black males run her into the ground, and she's suffering now physically for it. Like, she has a lot of illnesses as a result of that. Um, she has a lot of issues. Like, she really needs a psychiatrist, but she refuses to go. She has had men put guns to her head, beat her so badly that she was in a coma. My mother is like the tragic fucking, you can't even say tragic mulatto. I don't know what the fuck you would call my mother. She is like her father is a mixed breed too. So she has a mother and a fucking father like that. So I don't know what the fuck you call my mother, but anyway, she's a very light skinned woman with funny eyes and straight hair, and she has always been abused by black men her entire life. But she loves them so much and she loves blackness. I think is because she doesn't have pigmentation the way I do. I really think that's what my mother's problem is. I think she overcompensates for trying to be black. She over identifies with being black. If you don't stop that red bone stuff, she ain't no damn red bone. So, but I think she overcompensates seriously, right? Like, I remember, like, I told you she fights people and went to jail a couple of times for people calling her white woman and shit like that. She fucking hates that shit, and I think she has a psychological problem with how she physically looks. I really do. I don't ask me why. I don't know what happened to my mother. Everything as a child, because she only told me certain things. But I do know that she was sexually violated by a black. Let me tell you, I told y'all this story. She was caught when she was a teenager by some nasty black dude that always was trying to get under her clothes when I think she was like 16. He caught her and kept her in an abandoned building, sexually raping her for 3 days, right? Beating her and everything. And she was really fucked up after she got out of that. And I think a lot of stuff like that, that always used to happen to my mother, made her like kind of crazy, like she was. Like, I think she just really broke. Like, they broke her. Because I remember, like, after my dad died, she would go through like drinking stages where she would literally stand up and fall down from being drunk, piss herself in the corner, all types of stuff because she just was not happy with her life. He said, "That's terrible. These dudes have no problem." Yeah, it was. They really fucked her up. They got her hooked on heroin and everything. My father did that. On heroin, and then the next dude that she got married to, he made her alcoholic. It was like it was. She just couldn't catch a break. These black women scare me as a like they do, man, because she had me when she was 17. So you see how they was always like preying on her. I don't think she ever had like a decent childhood besides like when she was a little girl. But like from teenage age up, she had all types of men always trying to do shit to her. And that one dude that kidnapped her and was doing all that horrible stuff to her, you better know that he wasn't the only one. You know that he probably had his boys come in there and take turns on my mother too. That's how them niggas are. But she don't ever really talk about that the whole way. She only told like what she needed to get those people arrested. And then what happened was the main dude that did that to her, when our cousin Lonnie got out of jail, he killed that nigga. He fucking followed him home and killed him in his house. He said, "You did that shit to my cousin? I'll show you what I do to you." And he followed him home, went into his home, and killed that man in his house. He went back to jail though, but he did that. Yep. It happened to my mother when she was a little girl. She still talks about that shit to this day, so it must have really traumatized her. Cause I remember one time me and my sister, we was going somewhere. Oh, to the Palladium. And my mother was like going crazy. Don't go, don't go. I was like, calm down. It's only music. But he said, I never felt like being preferred by black men was a flex because I see the way they disrespect black women and darker punch. They disrespect all black women. They don't really give a fuck about your skin color. I see that from my own mother and my grandmother. I really do. Like I look at now, I love my grandfather to death, right? But he didn't treat my grandmother good. Not the way he should have. I mean, in the end, when they got older, yeah. But when they was young and he thought he was the man and shit, he used to treat my grandmother terribly, beat her up and everything. Yeah, and when you see her, you would think she was a white woman, but she wasn't. But he just treated her like she wasn't shit. He really did. And she always told us about that. And she tried to warn us. Like, she's like, don't trust men. Don't trust them. She used to always try to teach us, but we never would listen. And then we would end up finding out the hard way. And that's all of us, all my sisters, all my cousins. We all did the same stupid shit. And I'll tell you why. It's because they indoctrinate little black girls and girls, period, with them fucking fairy tales, Barbie dolls, all those stupid fucking toys like Baby Alive and all those baby dolls that you carry around with strollers and shit. And they literally indoctrinate you your whole life long into conditioning you to be a fucking man slave. And then when you grow up and realize this shit is not what I want, then they condemn you for trying to be free. And it's still like that. And until women decide to say, I don't want no fucking parts of it, like the South Korean women, we gonna always go through this shit. We gotta fight. We gotta stick together. My grandmother, terribly, and that's what makes me want to stay. Yeah, it does. I'm telling you. So my grandmother was also abused by a black man, but my mother would tell me what even though he did that to her mother, she still tried to see the good in him. Of course, because of religion. There we go. Once again, because of that shit too. I forgot about that. But that's the main thing. Turn the other cheek bullshit. Let people treat you like shit, and then you get up and go, here, fuck me up again. I'm here. I'm back. I'm standing. Beat me down again. And then I'm going to try to get back up. It's crazy. And she tried to look at the good side of her. Let me tell you, when you little, you don't understand this shit. I seen things as a child I didn't understand. As a grown woman, when I think back on that, I go, this motherfucker wasn't shit. Because I think about what I saw in the kitchen at night with my grandmother and grandfather that I never used to really pay attention to. But then as I got older and it registered what was happening, I was like, he was being abusive to my grandmother right in front of us. But you a little kid, you don't really know what's going on. But I know she was not afraid to get a knife and stab that motherfucker, so I did inherit that from my grandmother. I will cut your ass in a minute, boy. I love knives. I will fucking slice and dice and not feel anything about it. Like, oh, you want me to cut you, don't you? Okay, let me get my knife. And that's really how I feel. Ask my husband. I tried to kill that motherfucker. Like, do him like, ooh, let me be quiet on this video. I don't want to go to jail. He learned that night. Just like Kevin Hart said, his father used to say, you're going to learn today. he learned that night. I was like, you trying to die. Okay, let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. My grandmother used to sleep with that machete under her pillow. What? She was not playing. Not playing. Her mother wasn't playing. And I guess when you that light and bright and shit and be black, you can't be playing. But I'm only throwing that in because they didn't look like me. But them fucking women didn't fuck around. They turned real nigga real quick. Especially my mother. I have seen this woman punch people dead in their fucking face and start flipping all over them and fight. Not because my grandfather was a boxer, so he loved to teach us how to fight and all this shit. And my mother would ball up her fist and knock the shit out of you For real. And the older she got, the wilder she got. Believe me. I remember one time my mother, I was in high school. I had come out of school. I'm coming home. I see my mother running down the block after somebody. I'm like, oh my God. So embarrassing. Here I go taking off after her. Mommy, mommy, come here, mommy. Don't do that, mommy. And she just, motherfucker. And I'm like, oh my God. This woman crazy. Yes, she's crazy. So now y'all see why I'm crazy, okay? It comes down. It's true. She said she had told my mother when she was young, right after college, my mom had always wanted to get into fashion back in the night, but she couldn't, yeah, financial reasons. I know, yeah. So she got with my dad. Yeah. That's a lot of black women stories. Like, my mother wanted to be a model. She probably would have been a good one, but they wouldn't let her go. They said no. And so I think that's another reason that made her unhappy, because she always wanted to be like an actress or some type of star, and my grandmother and grandfather just shut her down all the time. I literally now think about it, now that I'm talking to y'all, as a little girl, I could see the sadness in her face and in her eyes all the time, because she would always be wandering off. Like, you talk to her and then she'd just be vacant. Like, what would you say? And I'm like, oh, wow. I'm like, you're not listening to me, mommy. And she'd just be like, huh? What? And always tell me to shut up. Mon enfant, tais-toi, tais-toi. I'm like, but I want to talk. I want to talk. He say, s'il vous plaît, écoutez-moi, mommy. And she be like, shut up. Shut up. I'm like, oh my God, okay. I was an abused child. I was. I was getting ass whipping every day, yo. If I talk too much, speak when she tell me not to speak, that is it. That's it. Getting fucked up. Nobody to save me. Mm-mm. One time my brother tried. He never tried that shit again. I'm like, I felt sorry for him after he tried. I was like, oh goddamn, I got my brother almost killed. Oh Lord. He was like, yeah, she was very depressed. Very depressed. Now, like I knew it, but when I'm talking to y'all, I'm thinking about stuff like she had all the signs of depression. Oh my God. And that's just how black women are. Like I'm sure y'all seen that in your own families. Like they just want black women to keep going and going, even when they don't got no more to fucking give. They just feel like, oh fuck you, you keep going. I don't care. I don't care. You get out, keep moving. It's just terrible. It's fucking terrible. Hold on, let me see. My mom, till this day, she still does fashion in creative ways. She trying to make earrings out of random things. That's nice. I feel like if she did have financial support, that she would have been amazed. Yes, it sounds like she would. Icon. Yes, it's true. Pour from an empty cup. It's true, and man, they just like, believe me, I could tell you stories all day about the women in my family. Like my cousin Phyllis, she was a beautiful woman too. And do you know that her first husband turned her into a prostitute on the street? Oh yes, he did, darling. I could tell you stories about the women in my family and how black males just did them all types of ways. And that's what and it's crazy, right? Because I try to tell my daughter, like, to start telling my grandchildren now because they look like them women I come from. And I'm like, the black dudes are gonna come for them because they're black, they act black, they look black in the face, the features, their mannerisms, all this, right? Yeah, man. And it's so you know what I'm about to say. And I'm trying to tell my daughter, like, tell them, stay away from black males completely. Because I said, as soon, because my granddaughter, my oldest granddaughter, she's at the stage now where she's starting to get big. Like, I could see her hips rounding. and I could see her behind getting weight on it and little bulbs in her titty. And she's only 10 going on 11. So I'm like, oh, she's going to get big quick, right? So I'm telling my daughter, like, let her know now. Stay away from all dudes and all men trying to give her nice things to come go with them somewhere. I said, because she's very light skinned little black girl with all this long curly hair and funny eyes. These are the ones they like to mess with because it's like a novelty in the black community. They do this all the time. Like they did it to my mother, my grandmother. Now I have to worry about my granddaughters. Like they didn't do it to my daughter as much because my daughter's Carmel. But if she would have been light skin, with all the stuff she got going on, she don't have funny eyes though. But she looked like a little Indian girl. So I guess because she Indian, that don't cut it, right? But them little daughters of hers, they look a lot like that white daddy of theirs. So I know what these black dudes are gonna try to do with them because they live in the black community. They rough and tough just like all their little black girlfriends. So they gonna feel like they up for grabs. And I'm telling her now, let them know, don't go nowhere near them motherfuckers. Stay away from them completely. Let me see what y'all saying. She said, yeah, it happened in my family too. It's true. They grow up to do terrible things towards them. They do. Give these girls game. The bums love trapping black women. They do. I'm telling you. And man, my cousin Phyllis, she's passed away now, right? She was my grandmother's first cousin's daughter. Phyllis was one of these little girls where her mother was an alcohol. Her mother Naomi, she was an alcohol because she could never get over her husband dying, right? This was a man that really loved my aunt Naomi, but he died. He had a heart attack at a very young age, right? I don't even think he made 40. He died. Phyllis was the only child, right? Her mother used to drink, abuse her, and leave her alone in the house for days by herself. I guess that did things to Phyllis where, like, a lot of people didn't know this was happening to her till way after. So anyway, when she got older, the first guy that showed her affection, she married this dude, and this dude was a pimp, a real pimp on the street. She's 16. She light skinned, pretty face, amber eyes with all this blondish hair. He put her on the street corner for men to fuck her because she was a novelty, like what do you call it? Like what do you call those? Not preference, but it's another word for exotic black woman, right? I'm dead serious. She has 6 kids for this dude, and he still put this woman out on the street to make money being a hoe. And eventually, when like a lot of my people was from down south, so they slowly come up to New York, right? Get jobs, have to have somebody to stay with. When about 2 of her brothers came up and they found out what was going on, they ended up beating the fuck out of that man and literally getting rid of him. I don't know what they did with him, but we have never seen him since, right? Okay, that's how she got rid of him. But she was 16, and this is what he did to her, and used to beat the shit out of her and everything else. And of course, she started to do what her mother did, and she died of a heart attack at a young age because too much stress and all this shit in her life. I'll never forget it. Me and her was supposed to be taking her grandson and one of my youngest sons to like flag football because she lived in Springfield Gardens. It's an area in Queens. Hold on. And I was living in Queens Village at the time. She was like only 10, 15 minutes away from me. By the time I got to her house after I hung up talking to her on the phone, she was already dead. I cried so hard for my cousin because she was so sweet. It was just crazy. And she was all by herself. Nobody was home. It was so sad. There was a video of a black woman talking about how in the 70s there was a group of black male pimps that would treat the women worse than. Yeah, I believe it, girl. There was an interview, and the white woman was speaking on how she was uh, treated terribly bad. Listen, a lot of things happen. It is terrible, man, but That's some of the shit that happens to black women. That's why I tell you, I care about black women. I don't get in that colorism shit. I don't get in none of that stuff because I think about. I told y'all I come from a family of women where the majority of their fathers is not black. Their fathers are other dudes, so you know how they look. So I take that type of shit personally when I hear people talking all this crazy shit about light skinned women and black women who look like this. But I'm gonna like I think about my mother, I think about my cousins, my grandmother, my aunts. I'm like, y'all talking about my family, like and these are some really nice women that never treated me bad. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I saw the horrible things that they went through. You know, so I don't like that shit. I really don't. I really, really can't stand that shit. And then, I have a niece like that. I have sisters like that too, but I don't really care about my sisters, what the fuck they doing in life, because they be getting on my fucking nerves sometimes. I'm going to tell y'all the absolute truth, right? Y'all know how sisters are. Like I say, that's some stupid shit you doing. I wish you fucking stop. You shut up, mind your fucking business. I'm like, okay, nigga. When something happened to you, don't call me. I don't want to hear shit because you don't listen. That's what we do. So I don't be caring about them with their stupid shit because it's a waste of my time. I'm gonna get stressed out, have a fucking heart attack. But anyway, with my niece, right? She's one of them too. Like my sister is my mother. She had kids by every man that she was sleeping with after my father. So this is one of my sisters. Her father is Hispanic, right? So that one had a child with a redneck. So that redneck, right? He died because he was a drug user. My niece, she has all types of health problems, but she also has insecurity problems. So I think about all that stuff with my niece, and I'm constantly talking to this girl on the phone, like, no, you just have to do this thing, building up her self esteem and trying to make her understand that the things that happen to her, they happen to a lot of little girls. It's not just you, even though I know I'm lying half the time to her. But I got to get her to understand that you're not that different where you got to take everything so personally to the point where this girl end up slitting her wrist in the bathroom or something like that. I don't want that to happen. And she's a very sweet little girl. She just, it's her life. Like, her white family don't claim her. They don't want shit to do with her. They don't like my sister. They call my sister a piece of trash. My sister's not a piece of trash. She's just a woman that is like many women. Y'all call them pick me's or whatever, but she feels the need for men. What can I tell you? I know better, but she don't listen to me. So what can I do? She don't listen to my mother either. What do you what do you advise I should do when dealing with a psychosis? Because every night things are floating around. Girl, you need to go see professional people that can help you with that. I can't tell you anything. I mean, I'm stepping out of my bounds with that. I don't have the authority to do that, nor do I have the right. I'm just somebody talking on a video. You shouldn't, that's too personal for me to do for you. You have to talk to professionals. I might tell you something that's the wrong thing, and then there's no coming back from things. So you got to always think about self first. I appreciate the consideration. I respect that, but I want you to understand that you're worth more than my opinion. You go and talk to somebody that's going to actually take in consideration everything they need to give you the proper answer. Okay? All right. Let's see what she said. Okay. Yeah. No, you don't never listen to none of us online. We don't, who the fuck are we? We ain't got no degree in anything to present to you that makes us qualified to do that. No. Mm-mm. Go sit down with somebody that know what the hell they doing. Me right now, I'm reminiscing on sad shit. I need to cut that out. I'm sorry for triggering you like that. I apologize. Yep. But yeah, y'all. Black women got it rough, but we just got to keep battling and pushing through because once we get past all the baggage and the issues and the hardships that life has done to us, we'll be happy and we'll be good. Believe me, it took me a long time to get to real happiness. I'm not kidding y'all. I was so miserable when I was younger, but as I'm older, I'm happy and free. Believe me. Let me see. Say, treated terrible. Yeah. Um, I told y'all I wanted to do a video on that, but I don't know if I can. Like, it's a whole like history of that in Chicago, right? You know how like when the black people went to coming when they go to the went to Chicago for jobs and stuff and was working in the factories making the cars and the assembly line. Well, whenever they got laid off and they were hurting for money, the black man used to put their daughters, their wives, even some of them put their mothers out there to fuck white men and everybody else in that part of Chicago where the plant was, just to make money and to gain favor to come back and be hired. It's been books written about this and all this. I really want to expose that to y'all because they do us foul. Fucking foul. I hope things worked out for you. Smart. Yeah, me too. She'd be all right. She's a young girl. She's still learning her ways around. But because she's inquiring and looking for answers, she's on the right path. She's on the right path. You're gonna be good. You just, if you got some insurance, you turn your card around on the back, call customer service, the mental health areas, and don't be ashamed of it. And ask them about somebody to speak to in regards to whatever is holding you down. And you get back that lightness in your chest and that laughter in your heart, and you're gonna be fine. And they'll give you different coping skills, and you'll be good. And believe me, I'm not just talking shit to talk shit because I went through all of that when I was raped as a little girl by my mother's boyfriend. And it took me many years, Queens, to get off that, okay? So you can do it. If I could do it, you can do it, I'm sure, okay? And I had to get to the point where I could talk about that shit without it crippling me. Because sometimes when I would think about it, how helpless I felt and how hurt I was being, because I was a little kid, right? It used to like torture me all over again. And I had to work up with the therapist, like how to get through that shit, fight the emotion, use my mind over the feeling, and different association tricks they teach you to get it where I could talk about that shit and not even blink a fucking eye now. And the fact that, you know, I did get some revenge on that nigga made it even sweeter in the end. Me and my brother, we jumped that motherfucker. I told y'all about that. Beat the fuck out of him. And I enjoyed every moment of it. But that's kind of little kids we are. And that's the things that happens to children when they're abused and nobody's listening to them and nobody's protecting them. They get violent. They get extremely fucking violent. So you keep that in mind if you're raising kids, okay? Because you don't want them to be like how me and my brother did. We planned that shit out to fuck that dude up. And we did it. Okay? Just let y'all know. We was planning for a long time. A long time. Yeah. So you gotta watch out for stuff like that because, yeah, thank you. I don't even give a fuck about it no more. I'll tell you, it's just like falling down and scraping my knee at this point. Because I don't give that shit no energy like that. Not anymore. She said, I'm sorry to hear that you went through that, Stephanie. I'm glad that you're doing better now because you totally messed up. All right, she said, because what you went through. Yeah, I refuse. See, I was always an angry little girl. So that anger helped me in a lot of ways, boy. Because even though it fucking traumatized me and crippled me, it didn't completely destroy me. Like, I was able to come back from that shit. And I wanted revenge. I ain't want to be scared. I ain't want to cry and feel like, ooh, look what was done to me. And I wanted to fuck that dude up. And me and my brother my brother helped me give me that chance. Yep. It took a long fucking time, but I got some licks in. Made me feel so much better. Believe that. And believe me, all that shit they show you on TV and all that, that motherfucker didn't even go to jail. Nothing happened to him like that. He got arrested, yeah, but ain't nothing really happened to him. He just had to get out of our house. But you know how shit goes. A year or two passed, and guess who's back? Right? That's how shit goes, right? Especially when your mother's on drugs and she's drinking like a crazy person. Her mind ain't right. So why would my life be right, right? And I ain't got no daddy no more because he dead. And my grandparents, they fighting in court to get custody of all of us. And it took too long. And the nigga got me. But eventually my grandparents got us out of there. They adopted all of us. And then that really sent my mother crazy. She was in a psychiatric evaluation for like 3 days. You know how they do that shit. And then they let her out with medication. So yes, my little light-skinned mother has had a hard fucking life. And I tell y'all that so y'all understand, all of you dark-skinned women like me, that it ain't no need to be feeling like light-skinned women getting the better end of the stick. Cause they black just like we are, and sometimes they get a worse fucking deal than we do. Because even with all the stuff I've been through in my life with men, I have never had all that horrible shit happen to me the way it did to my mother. And I still believe to this day that the stuff happened to her because she wasn't a typical looking black woman. And I know that for a fact. Because they just took advantage of her to do it. Just to do it. Hatefulness. That's all it is. Straight hatefulness. I mean, they would have did that shit to me too, because they did do terrible things to me, but she got a lot. Like, I ain't never been kidnapped and fucking sexed up and beat up. Nah. She had that happen to her, though. As a little girl. It's just terrible. They just be doing terrible shit to us all the fucking time. All right, ladies. I'm gonna go to bed now because I gotta get up in the morning. I got the cable man coming here at 8 o'clock, I think. Let me see. Let me write. She said it get kind of irritating when black women like to divide each. Yeah, I don't like that shit. Each other by skin tone, like they try to start skin color wars on who has it easier instead of just sticking together. I wish they would get that part. You hear me, queens? I really wish they would get that part. Like, understand that it don't matter what we look like. We all suffer because we black women. Period. Period. I got fired. My mother got fired. I'm telling you, I don't like that shit. Especially because, like I told you, I'm the darkest out of everybody. Several generations. And that's because my dad is black. One sister got a Hispanic father, the other sister got an Asian father, and the other one got a white father. And that's because those men was taking advantage of my mother, who was selling her body for drugs. Y'all understand? It's not like she had no relationships with them. She was selling herself to get what she needed, which was the dope. And these niggas took advantage of her. End of story. And that happens to a lot of black women. A lot. There used to be a girl over here that went to school with me. She was Hawaiian and black. She got hooked on crack. I'll never forget this. She was like, had an apartment here, and the way she paid her rent was to have those drug dealers come in there and do all types of things to her so they could pay her rent and stuff. I'll never forget that. Because we were friends, and I went over to our house one day, and all these dudes was in there, and I'm like, what the fuck is all these guys in here for? And she was talking to me, and I was like, oh my God, let me get the fuck out of here. And so I left, but I'll never forget that. I was like, oh my God, they just taking advantage of this girl because she got a fucking problem. That's how it is. She died though. She ended up dying a year later. I remember when her and I used to be on the same track team and the same gymnastics team. And then for all that to happen to her, she was so sweet. And life is fucked up when it comes to how it does women. And honestly, that's why I don't like men. I will honestly tell y'all that I don't like the motherfuckers. The ones I deal with, but I still don't really like them like that. I don't like the motherfuckers. Because everything I can ever remember ever happening bad to me, my mother, women I know, people related to me, always at the hand of one of them motherfuckers. Always. Always. So I'm just like, fuck them. Hate all of them. And that's just how it is. Yeah, I don't like men. I honestly don't like men either for the history of abuse that they have done to women. It's sickening. It's true. It is fucking disgusting. Like, I think about the stories my grandmother would tell me about her cousins and stuff down south. Like, when they moms would die and they had more than one sister, and some of the sisters was like older teenagers. The fathers used to fuck their daughters like the daughter was their woman. She could tell me stories about stuff like that. That's why she never used to like to leave little girls around men. She said, I hate it even more when they try to get women to submit, like how it says that, yeah, it's bullshit. They just be trying to use women for sex. They don't even give a fuck if they're their daughters. Even I think I seen a video on YouTube where the lady said her brother had raped her. I believe it. Cause they do all that kind of crazy shit, and I'm just like, listen, I can't, like, it gets on my nerves. Like, it makes me really boiling angry, like wanting to hurt people. I can't, because you can control yourself if you want to. So it just goes to show you that they just do whatever they want when it comes to women. They just don't give a fuck, you know? And it's just too much sometimes to like try to push down and act like it's not an issue when it really is. Freaking annoying. But I made sure to keep all that type of shit away from my kids. I never let any dudes in my house. After I got rid of their father, no guy came in my house around my kids. No man. And I always had my kids driven wherever they had to go. I paid for everybody to do everything. I bought a little minivan, an extra minivan, and put their ass in it and take them wherever they gotta go. Call them on the phone. Because back then, they used to have those razors. That used to be a big thing. Remember those? When they first came out? I got everybody one of those, the razors, so I could call them and talk to them. Did you get there all right? Yeah, mommy, we here. I'm like, all right, everything okay? Yeah, it's good. Okay. Let me know when y'all get back in the car. All right. Yeah, just because I'm at work. So I'm checking to make sure my kids where they supposed to be, everybody who I'm paying doing what they getting paid to do. Because when they fathers left, they broke out. They ain't come back and help me every day the way they was supposed to. They came on the weekends. Then it became every other weekend. And then it was like, oh, call me when you need me. I'm busy. Okay. All right, motherfucker. All right. So yeah, I don't like fucking men. I don't like men at all. And I don't like fucking them either. Not anymore. I used to, but now I don't give a fuck about that either. I just care about going out, going where I want to go, and chilling with my girls and shit. You say it's crazy because I had just seen this video of an older man in a girl's bathroom, and the father was filming, trying to inform people to always go with their kids to the bathroom. It's true. You should. Because a little black girl got killed like that in Nevada. I don't know why I remember that story, but she had went to the casino with her parents and they were winning, so they didn't think about Let me go with my daughter, make sure she go to the bathroom and get back safe. They just sent her to the bathroom. Some fucking freak followed her into the bathroom, raped her, and killed her, and left her in that bathroom. That was years ago, but I just can't let that shit out of my head. It's stuck with me. Yeah. And that's about it. That light just came back on by itself. Well, that's weird. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna go now, guys. I really enjoyed my chat with y'all tonight. I think this was incredible therapy for me. Thank you so much. I guess I'll send y'all the check mail. I'm only kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it though. Cause sometimes I don't know. You need to clear that stuff or whatever. You need to clear it, but let me tell you. You see how when they tell you, let me be what you said. It was a, it was a little black girl entering the bathroom. Yeah, little girl. Oh, in the video you talking about? Cause in the real story, I'm telling you, yeah, it was a little black girl. She was in the casino with her parents. I guess they went like vacationing or whatever. Okay, bye, Stephanie. Have a lovely rest of your night. Girl. I'm going to sleep. Thank you though. Bye, Eman. She said I enjoy. Good night, ladies. Good night, Eman. It's good too. All right, Queens. I see you. Okay, y'all be good, and Queens, you follow up. Okay, you make your phone calls and you follow up and do what you got to do for yourself. Love yourself first. Everybody else second. Okay. All right. All right. Good night, everybody. Good night, y'all. Love yourselves, black women. See y'all soon. What she said, yes. It was a little black girl. Her father was filming the video. Oh, you was answering the question. Yeah, he was probably trying to give them like a warning. They need it. A lot of people don't even be paying attention. They really don't. They don't be paying attention. All right, y'all. See y'all later. Whew. Good night.